Hello, everybody. It is a beautiful day to Brawl, so welcome back to another monthly Brawl Stars Championship live stream. My name is Ark.
And howdy, y'all. My name is Woody. Today we've got 6 matches in the Brawl Stars Championship. We'll be broadcasting the LATAM South and the North American LATAM North regions. We have got some amazing prizes for our teams today. Lots of cash and money on the line, as well as qualification points for the year-end Brawl Stars Championship World Finals.
Yeah, I'm really excited today. We've got many of the best teams around the world competing. But let's first look at some of the most picked of all-time brawlers here and the win and pick rates according to that. For me, M's absolutely definitely looking hot there on 52% win rate, really high up there. And Gene as well, especially a really high pick rate for him at 40%, Woody.
Yeah, Gene, a very high pick rate brawler at the top of the competitive board. A really super high skill cap brawler whose super can absolutely turn the tide of the entire game. But a little bit later on down, we see Daryl picking up in usage rate. His win rate over 50%, being played in 36 mirrors. He saw a big uptick in play, especially in Heist, where he was starting to replace Nita as the big heavy bruiser for the group. We've also got BB and Max coming in with a relatively high pick rate, played in over 1/5 of the matches. Win rate under 50%, but you got to take into account the fact that these are being played by pros against other pros. So a win rate under 50% doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot when you're up against such amazing competition.
Yes, and the mirror rate for Max, about 49, was particularly high for me. But here is today's match schedule. So kicking things off first is going to be Before Esports versus Blue, followed by INTC versus Blue, and then INTC versus Before Esports.
Then down in the North America and LATAM North group, we've got Tempo Storm versus IX Circles, then Tempo Storm versus Red Button, and finally Red Button versus IX Circles. Now, if you don't recognize Tempo Storm, that's because it's due to a team rename. They were formerly going as IX Gaming, and they are now Tempo Storm, the #1 team on the LATAM North and North America leaderboards with 120 points.
Yeah, a lot of kind of transfers happening in the Brawl Stars esports scene at the moment. A lot of changings. We'll let you know as we go along, so you guys don't miss out on any of those names that may have swapped to a team that you weren't familiar with. But here we see as well the players for Before Esports there. 2 for Luca, Beto and Indinho, and then for Blue as well, Emric, Duncan, Filippo, and Brozak. Interesting to know as well that actually Before Esports and INTC have qualified for next month's competition as well, and Blue have not. So Blue have really got to bring the fire today, Woody, I would say.
They sure do. Before Esports sitting ahead of Blue right now on the LATAM South leaderboard. They've got 50 points up against Blue's 20 points. That leaves Before Esports right now in 4th place on the leaderboard. Blue is in 6th place and needing a really big performance today in order to move up and contend, especially since you mentioned they won't be here next month while Before Esports will be here. This is a Brazilian team up against Blue, also from Brazil. So these are going to be countrymen duking it out to see who gets to carry the flag onto the world stage.
Yeah, this is the thing, and if you guys want to keep a track of all the information regarding the esports side of things, and also with a countdown as to when the next competition is going to begin, you can get all those things online over at esports.com. Esports.brawlstars.com. If you're not sure and you forget, just literally type in Brawl Stars Esports into the top of Google. You'll get it right at the top. Do not miss a broadcast, guys. You have no excuse when there's literally a countdown on the website. You know, just saying.
Yeah, you tell them, Mark. They better not miss a single one. But if you do, we understand there's past broadcasts available on this channel, as well as over on YouTube and Facebook. You can find lots of the past championship matches in lots of great places. But let's take a look at the bans that we have now. Each team gets to choose one brawler that will not be available to either team during the course of the match. Before Esports has chosen Sprout, and I'm hearing now that Blue Esports has chosen Jackie as their banned brawlers.
Yeah, for me, Sprout and Jackie are definitely 2 solid bans. Sprout has been giving pro players a lot of problems on the battlefield recently. Very difficult to kind of like counter in that respect. And Jackie is just so tanky. It's very difficult when she has a gadget which has increased movement speed to really do much about it if she's choosing to charge. The first map up, though, is going to be Minecart Madness for Gem Grab. A challenging map for a lot of our pro players here today, with a bit of RNG, a bit of randomness with the minecart that'll be going through the map and causing a bit of chaos there, Woody.
yeah, just a little bit of RNG thrown in there. It's one of the only maps that has this kind of random element in there. So it's an interesting dynamic to have to play against. If you get hit by that minecart, you're sure to take a ton of damage, and sometimes it might even wipe you out. So definitely be careful for that. The name of the game is Gem Grab. The first team to reach 10 gems is going to start the countdown for 15 seconds. If they hold on to more gems than their opponents, they will claim victory. So it's going to be an early lead for B4 Esports, both gems spawning on their side of the map and getting an additional push with that minecart into the blue line of fire.
Interesting brawler picks I'm seeing straight off the bat then. We've got a Poco double tank heal comp then.
Nice.
I like that as well, absolutely. And going more with the range from blue side of things with the Piper mid pick. Very, very different brawler comps across the board here.
Yeah, you see a pushback here now from Blue Esports. Unfortunately, they're playing as the red team, so don't get confused by that. But they're up on top, and they'll be trying to make their way back down to take these gems from Beto. Cornered by this minecart, but thanks to a super from Tufa, will stay topped off and healthy enough to keep in contention. We've got BB and Daryl being played by B4 Esports, so this is definitely similar to that Slambulance combination that you've heard Trid talk about so much in past matches. Two big, heavy, beefy brawlers backed up with a healer out back is really hard to take down, and you've seen that in multiple different encounters so far this game, with Blue struggling to get that finishing blow.
Yeah, the Slambulance call. I always feel bad to mention that without him being present as well.
Oh, an epic pull against the Poco!
That is going to cause problems.
Back in it.
That is going to cause problems for sure. The countdown reset, and a great pull when it was mattered most.
Yeah, excellent job there. That gene pull, as we mentioned before this match, can completely turn the tide of the game, and getting the healer extracted from your opponent's setup is really super important. So well done there to Blue. That'll keep them in contention. Almost tied up now with 8 gems on B4 Esports and 7 to Blue. We get that first countdown as soon as one team gets 10 gems. This could be it right here.
Did you see that absolute annihilation from a
I did, Art! What a play! B4 Esports rolling in and dominating Blue. Zadino is going to get a lot of flack from his opponents after that. He has got a lot to be proud of, though. What an epic super and a massive triple kill, wiping out the enemy team. They are going to claim victory in game number 1, B4 Esports.
My goodness me, that was absolutely play of the match for me. What an amazing... for me, it was the fact that Blue was so bunched together. It made sense to be, but at that moment in time, it definitely did not. And that was just a team wipe right there to remember.
Yeah, there's certainly strength in numbers, and you get a tendency as a team to kind of bunch up if there is no brawler on the opposing team that can deal splash damage. A brawler like Sandy can be really difficult and force you to spread out. But when all you're worried about is Poco, there's this kind of tendency to group up, huddle together, and try to retreat as a pack so that if any big brawler gets close to you, you can just wipe him out with a massive amount of damage in a very short amount of time. But remember, when Daryl picks the Steel Hoop star power, that makes him reduce the incoming damage by a major amount for a very short amount of time after his super, just enough to be able to survive those blasts and dish out a massive amount of damage himself.
Yeah, I think for me that if the Piper had used Gadget for the knockback and the slowdown, it might have actually made a difference there. It was almost effectively like a kind of 1 versus 2 in that respect, because Piper deals so little damage at such a close range. That would have probably been the play there to make, but great observations from there, and you know, they're going to have to be more careful going into the next game as to where they position themselves for sure.
Will it be interesting to see what the brawler swaps are going to be? Remember, we have bans on Sprout and on Jackie for this map. In the past, when we see Jackie banned, that sometimes portends a selection of Frank, a brawler who has trouble with working around obstacles, but with a lot of open space in the center and with a big emphasis on map control. Frank sometimes takes the stage with Gem Grab occasionally, more often with Siege, but we'll be waiting to see what B4 and Blue choose for this upcoming match. What are you expecting, Mark?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised there's no Ems on the field right now. Ems is such a strong brawler in the meta currently, and Rosa is also a very, very good pick to apply pressure to get right up in the spawn and activate your super for that massive amount of shield damage to be taken there. So yeah, I'm surprised at some of these brawler comps, if I'm honest. I mean, I see B, which I think is actually quite a good choice to change up to here.
Well, it's going to be another bruiser comp from B4 Esports, but not running Poco this time, feeling confident that they can keep up the pressure but not going to rely on the heals quite as much. It's possible if Tufa is running that magic puffs that they might get a little bit of heals from that, but plenty of shielding from both BB and Daryl. Oh no, caught out of position there. Beto's going to get flattened by that minecart.
Yeah, for me, Gene, definitely the better option when it comes to gem carry over Poco, and a quick takedown there as well to be noted on Adinho going down playing Daryl there. Definitely, it seems that Blue have actually kind of sort of had a bit of a chat about how to deal with him better, and they're showing more awareness to his presence this time round.
We see Duncan there very quick to push back Beto using that gadget from Gene, is able to stay out of range and healthy enough to support Emmerich, and that is going to be another big advantage for Blue Esports, now up to 6 gems. Tufa looking for a chance to get an epic pull here, but not finding it, and without support from his other 2 teammates, won't be able to get the kill that he's looking for. Blue Esports on the return fire now, dishing out a ton of damage with Sandy, Gene, and B, and firing on both barrels. Wow, taking down 2 of their opponents and very close now to a countdown.
Yeah, Blue looking very, very competent this time round, in much better positions and getting quick takedowns, and now already on the gem countdown. 10 seconds. If they can maintain these gems in their pockets, this game will be over. But yeah, definitely more calculated in terms of their approach, and B4 Esports now struggling to keep up with these changes.
A walloping play from Blue, grabs the 10th gem and retreat cannot be denied. An attempt there from B4 Esports to make it back up to the top of the map, but unable to resist that pressure applied by Blue from the top. Great job there to Emmerich, especially able to get all those gems and retreats, protecting himself there with that gadget at the last moment. B dropping that little honey totem to sticky and slow down any opponents on the incoming.
Yeah, it was great to see Blue adapt and kind of like, deal with where the aggression was coming from, and start to take the main issues out fast to kind of remain it to be a 3 versus 2. For me, I think before Esports in retaliation do need to change their brawler comp. That I think is going to be what might give them the edge here. And again, my personal recommendation would be to consider something with a bit more presence, like a Rosa or something along those lines. It might give them a bit more of a positioning advantage over Blue.
I would say swap back to Poco if you're B4 Esports. That's what worked really well in their first game. Having those heals was crucial to keep those 2 big beefy brawlers up front, out top. And you can really only keep that sort of approach together if you have both of your front end brawlers out in front. Looks like they won't be going for that this time, though. Instead, they're going to be doubling down on the damage composition, running a Piper, Gene, and Sandy running up against Blue, who have the same comp as before.
I'm a big advocate for Piper. I think she's slowly starting to come back a little bit into the meta, so I quite like this pick myself. Let's see how it plays out, though. We do need to see more pulls, I think, from before Esports on the Gene side of things, really. That could turn the tides. A nice little use of gadget from Adinho, and a finish up as well there from his teammate. Great plays early on from before Esports, but the gems, however, are in the pocket of Blue.
Yeah, they're starting to spawn on Blue side of the arena slowly but surely. Well, maybe not even on Blue side, but Blue is taking control of the mid, and so they're able to get their count up now to 5. Tufa grabs the first gen for B4 Esports, but that is still a big deficit. And even though a great grab from Adinho pulls Filipino all the way to his side of the map, he's not able to get the kill. Filipino will retreat, use that gadget, and he's back up to full already.
Great pressure from before Esports, going to be said. Some good snipes from Tufa there, and but just not, I would say, for me, finalizing these kills, and that is what is giving Blue the advantage over the mid area of control. They've got to start finalizing these kills to get the takedown. But having said that, Blue did just do that themselves. A missed pull, however, but definitely for me, Blue are looking strong here.
All right, they've got another big Sandy super in the middle there to protect Emmerich on the defense, returning back with 9 gems now. They're going to drop 1 to Adinho there on the bottom right side. It's a chance for B4 Esports to move back in and reclaim position on this map, but they really need to seize the day because this is not going to last for long. Blue are up to 10 points now, and those gems seem relatively secured in their hand. Are they about to pull off this reverse sweep arc?
It looks like it could go that way, to be honest, and Duncan has got pull as well, does make the good pull as well, so it's a 2 versus 3 now. Before Esports going to really struggle to get this reset of the countdown, and Blue are going to take the first set.
Well played to Blue. The reverse sweep has been accomplished. I gotta say, I thought that B4 Esports were gonna have it after that first game. The Slambulance comp working very well for them, but the mix-up in Brawlers in games 2 and 3 seemed to really go in Blue's favor, having caught a sense of the strategy that B4 Esports were bringing there. They responded very, very well, and taking now the first set, that gym grab map, going to Blue Esports, the underdogs on the LATAM South leaderboard, and really needing the win here today. They've got it to start off with here.
Yeah, and again, there we see the amount more kills that Blue were able to obtain over before Esports there, almost double, and that is all to do with maintaining area control and finalizing those kills. It's just so important in gem grab when it's always a 3 versus 2. You can't really go on the aggressive, especially not with that kind of brawler comp. So that for me was definitely the key to their success, and got a hand to Blue. They were able to adapt, and B for me was a great choice of brawler pick, because if they did go with the more tanky approach, even with a Poco, the amount of sting that she can pack is crazy. But moving then into Bounty up next, and Layer Cake, one of my favorites. We saw it a lot yesterday. What kind of brawlers do you expect to see here on this map, buddy?
Well, I think it's going to be another chance for your favorite Piper to shine. Piper and Brock do very, very well in the Bounty setup because of their very long range. Super easy to get those shots and then retreat back after you've unloaded a huge amount of damage onto your opponent. So Piper and Brock are longtime favorites. Occasionally we see a big heavy brawler out in front to try to block for them, but Jackie's kind of the favorite in that setup, and since she's banned in this match, we can't expect to see her there in that role today. What sort of brawlers are you expecting, Art?
I was just about to point out the exact same thing. So with Jackie being off the cards now, Tick might be a viable option. We didn't see him played at all yesterday because Jackie wasn't banned in those games, but Jackie is the main problem that Tick has to deal with. So we might see the kind of more traditional comp. I think Trid labeled it the umbrella comp yesterday with like a Piper, Brock, Tick, or a thrower kind of idea. That for me could work. We have seen Bo making an appearance from time to time on Layer Cake as well, with that gadget, that totem, to be able to kind of supply super to your entire team. We might see that as an option too. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if any of these players do choose to go outside of that kind of like meta and try to mix things up a little bit, maybe.
Well, I definitely think that this is a map where you can leverage that long-range damage from Tick. We see him often set up in one of the lanes to try to push back against an opponent, but not going to happen this time. In fact, they're both going for bruiser comps. We've got Rosa and BB up on top for Blue, supported with that Slambulance healer Poco in the back, and then on the bottom for B4 Esports, they are running Bo, in fact, using that totem to try to keep topped off, but are going to rely instead on Penny's mortar damage to try to get those cannon shots in and force back Blue up top.
Yeah, Slambulance comp again from Blue, and I gotta say, I really like it. It's different, it's daring, and there's not really much that Penny can do when you've got a Rosa like charging towards them. So the BB pick for me is also good. I think that's something that we're seeing more frequently now on Layer Cake, using BB lane and going more on the aggressive. So yeah, I've got to say, an interesting choice of comp from here from Blue that we're seeing.
All right, well, it's going to be an advantage for Blue starting off. They got the star right there from the middle. No kills yet from either team, but you do see two of those totems dropped by Tufa now been eliminated. That's really going to take a toll for B4 Esports as we move into the later stage of this game. They need some way to push back into Blue, and they haven't found it quite yet, even with those supers being charged up.
Yeah, Dinho did just get his super. He's going to probably put that down now, which is a wise decision to continue this kind of area control, which before Esports, to be fair to them, are doing very well. They've got Blue in a good spot. However, if you look on these side lanes, Emmerich and Felipe, they're just kind of waiting in lurk because they have got the HP to their advantage. They can go on a push, on a counter push to force back before Esports, but they're choosing to wait. But they have to make a play now because time is ticking down. And Dino very low on the left-hand side. He might go down here. He does go down.
Wow, what a play, and we're moving to the last final seconds. Blue on defense are holding off, but a killer hit from B4 Esports will turn it around. The bounce of the bubblegum is good. B4 Esports claims that final shot thanks to Beto's OP super, getting victory in game number 1.
The turret, the penny turret final blow, and there was nowhere that Duncan could hide from it. It was a final second thing, and I mean, what a oh my goodness me, what a last second clutch play then. Wow. This is why I love Bounty. You never know what way it's going to go and when.
Very, very well done. Yeah, those last seconds are always the killer moments in Bounty. We typically see those couple of first minutes just sort of a tit for tat back and forth with teams trying their best to set up, gain ground, and hold their position in anticipation of that big explosion at the end. You got to do your best to defend, though, if you're up ahead, and retreating back into your own spawn is not a good look, especially when you're up against brawlers that have that really long-range prowess, looking right directly at Penny, and also apparently a BB able to get a snipe kill with her super that time around.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how Layer Cake has changed so much now. We're seeing a much wider variety of brawlers in play here, which is exciting for me, and seeing more interactions in that respect. And since the buff to BB a couple of weeks back now, we're seeing her played much more on the pro circuit, and some of her interactions are really, really fun to observe. Her gadget giving her that additional healing means that she can be even more aggressive on the playing field as well. So definitely a lot of pro players favoring that pick now and putting her to good use.
All right, well, we're going to be starting up game number 2. Let's take a look at the brawler picks from B4 Esports in blue. Blue having taken the set 1 win, but B4 on the return fire have gone for your favorite. Tick is going to be dropping bombs this time around. Tufa is going to be playing Piper, so we're going to get even more of that heavy damage output early on here. Looks like Emmerich is getting trapped over there on the left side. A chance for an early kill. Adino grabs it. That's going to be a lead for B4 Esports. Couldn't get the star in the center, but that kill is worth even more.
Yeah, Tick is going to be a real nuisance here for Blue, I feel, and as long as Adino can hold his lane and using the cover really well there, like we see, and forcing back Emmerich, it's going to be really hard for Emmerich to really do much with that Gene pick. Yeah, he can get a couple of shots off, but Emmerich really wants to earn his super to be able to put himself into a more aggressive spot, and Adino's going to be shutting that down really well. He might even go down here on this left-hand side if the pinch is correct. The gadget to try to stay alive from Eric, it is just enough to stay alive. Wow, great plays from him.
Yeah, another kill now from Beto gives B4 Esports a 3-star advantage. Even if they're able to get a kill on Tufa, that would not be enough for Blue Esports to catch up. So they are really in a tough spot here, needing to charge up those supers. Filipino is really the guy who's got to get Blue turned around here. We need a super setup from Penny in order to apply even more pressure, but not going to happen. A return fire from Tufa gets another kill, and B4 Esports is on fire. 3 kills to 0 deaths.
Great slice from Tufa. Yeah, Filipino needs to really get his turret down. He needs to earn his super. That's really the only thing that's going to force Adino out of that hole there. Without that turret, it's going to be really difficult for Blue to do much here with like 20 seconds left. They've got to get their supers, and they've got to get them now.
It seems very difficult to put that sort of push together at this point. Blue are struggling to make their way back into this map. They are finally making their way onto Beto over on the right side. Emmerich takes a few shots and then backs off. We get a kill there from Duncan, taking 1 down, but B4 Esports get the return fire. Another shot after Duncan gets the score up to 7, but not enough to contest. B4 Esports, the winners with an 8-7 scoreline, have taken set number 2.
What an amazing finish. I don't know whether you call it there as well, but Adino used his gadget to just dash away. Otherwise, it would have been a very different outcome there towards the end. Got to hand it to Blue. It was a really, really strong pinch. They got themselves into good positions with supers from the right-hand side there from Duncan getting that takedown as well. Not quite enough, though, but got to hand it to Adino there to get that final kill and the dash away to preserve the scoreboard for B4 Esports.
Yeah, hats off to Blue, making their way back down to the bottom and getting several kills, but not enough to contest B4 Esports' early game dominance. That 8-7 star scoreline there is really telling of how close that last one was, but victory for the team that seized the day earlier on, getting control of the middle and getting more kills overall. Well played to B4 Esports. They're going to tie up this match overall 1-1 as we lead into set number 3. It's going to be triple dribble. That's a Brawl Ball game mode. For those of you just tuning in, Brawl Ball is a game where you try to put the ball in your opponent's goal. The first team to get 2 goals wins, and if we are at a tie at the end of regulation time, we go into overtime, busting up all those boxes and making it a lot easier to get the job done.
Yeah, overtime's an interesting time for the game because it allows certain brawlers with more range to have more of a presence on the map, which normally leads to a goal there. So brawlers like B maybe won't thrive potentially in the actual game where you've got various obstacles in your path, but in overtime, actually you become a real force to be reckoned with. And I think for brawlers like BB, for example, who have got the opposite of that, a really strong presence at the beginning, early part of the game, they're going to struggle in overtime. So it's a bit of a gamble in that respect. You want to get it over quickly if you're going to be running the close quarter brawlers.
That's true. Well, it's all about building a comp that you know can work against what your opponents are going to be running. If you expect to see them trying to play into late overtime, that definitely can be a signal that you've got to hit hard and fast. But we're moving to the first round now. Beto makes a charge in, shoots! The goal is no good. Defense by Blue will hold up. Adino getting pummeled by a triple play here. Blue going to take the ball and will move back to counterattack.
Yep, early aggression from before esports, but the counter aggression here from Blue. A great ball from Duncan. It's going to put them in a great spot potentially here. Emmerich moving in as well, does have his super. Duncan's just earned his. This is terrible for before esports, and look at this pinch coming in. It is looking gnarly, Woody, but the hill from Tufa might be able to keep Adino aside a little longer, but the missed super.
Oh my goodness!
In.
Adino slamming down his hammer left and right. Poco's da capo is keeping him topped off, but even with that big, heavy brute out in front, a goal by Emmerich. Well done to Blue, grabbing the first score and taking the lead here in this Brawl game.
Yeah, but Blue do have a pretty strong brawler comp, I would say. Oh, but look at this, P2 shut down at the last minute by Filipino. Wow, that was crazy close here. I do like the comp, though. Sandy Ems is working out well for them. We might see a goal from them in just a few seconds if they continue this aggression, maybe.
Blue have been playing lots of Sandy in this match so far, and choosing that rude stance gives them plenty of damage to output. Well done pushing into B4 Esports once again, knocking down those brawlers and taking the goal. Game number 1 decisively in the hands of Blue Esports.
Blue looking very strong in Brawl, very competent, and whether we see now a bit of a change of brawler comp from before esports, I would recommend it. Frank, we saw played to perfection yesterday by Curse, by the way. You've got to point out that Frank is a very strong brawler in the competitive meta, but very circumstantial. Got to be played in the right manner as well, and make those supers count. If you're kind of missing those supers, it can go against you quite a lot. So I think that would be, for me, maybe the brawler to consider switching up.
Yeah, when you play Frank, you really need to make sure that he can stay alive long enough to get those hammer swings in. That typically requires adding in a healer to the comp as well. That time we saw Poco, but that big of a commitment in a game like this just was not going to work out for them. They weren't able to dish out enough damage. Blue bringing in those long-range brawlers took the day, but it's game number 2 now, and it's all back on even 0-0 set game score here. So let's see which team will be able to grab the ball first.
I gotta say, I like before esports' changes here. I think that B is very viable on this map. Her gadget can be used behind the walls successfully, but a great early push from Blue, which might result into a double. Tufa with the gadget does shoot back. Emmerich just long enough to save the goal from going in there. Wow, great defensive plays from before esports, but early pressure from Blue.
What I saw there was a shot from Emmerich and an instantaneous gadget used right afterwards to push Tufa back, and it was only because Adino was right there in just the right position to grab that ball that denied a goal to Blue. They made a great offensive play there and aren't going to be regretting it at all as they make their way back to defend now. It looks like they've got the squeeze on Beto over there on the right side and trying to prevent this attack over on the left. Tufa and Adino using that long range to try to push up and grab the ball again, but Blue pushing back even harder. It's going to be another advantage for the team already in the lead.
Yeah, it's worth counting, actually, the use of those gadgets. Yes, it stopped the goal, but that does mean now that Tufa has one less gadget to use in a defensive position, and these players will be counting that as well as they go, so that they will know when the gadgets are all exacerbated. But here we see as well, before esports, a pretty good clearance there. They're starting to get their momentum when it comes to their defense. It's a great pull as well. It's going to shut down their complete team.
Wow.
It's been devastating for Blue.
Hot off of a super from Beto, that is going to be a big opportunity for B4 Esports to strike back, hidden in those sandy clouds. They have made their way up to the top, trying to attack into Blue once again, but probably won't get a chance to take that shot before overtime. It looks like they're going to be pushed back once again. Duncan grabs the ball and sends it into the middle field. And once again, this push from Blue is just enough to deny B4 Esports any access to their goal. What can B4 Esports do with this comp to get back in the game, Art?
They're going to hold it for 20 seconds because then in 20 seconds time, B is going to be popping off for B4 Esports. It's a great position if they can hold.
Oh, a pull!
They might even wrap it up early before if they can get this shot, but I think they'll choose to be defensive here. And just by their time, they've got a great position leading into overtime. Placing the ball there is a good, wise decision. And this is putting Blue under a lot of pressure as we go into overtime.
Adino and Tufa firing away at that left side. Adino without any boxes to block his shots now. Hasn't been able to hit Filipino, though. A lot of pressure coming in from Sandy over there on the left side. And you got to keep an eye on Duncan as well. Adino is just not landing any shots. A missed super from Tufa. Huge opportunity for Blue. They shoot. The miss. Caught by Adino. It's into the corner, but is that going to be enough to deny? Duncan, he's moving over to the ball, and it's good. Defense from B4 Esports will barely hold up, and they'll be counterattacking now, Ark.
This is unfortunate for Dino for missing those shots, but now a great position. If you can just capitalize here in these final 20 seconds, then we might see still a goal from B4 Esports, but Blue are holding on. They are holding on. They just narrowly missed out on that goal, which Adino did save, but here, he's got super, but he's used it to shoot the team. I think I would have gone for the shot and goal, but it might still happen. Beto hit a great position.
Here it is! Beto with the ball! He shoots! He scores! In the last 2 seconds, B4 Esports have the equalizer for this set. 1-1, tied up.
Wow, the final 2 seconds, and my word, that game had it all back and forth for the entirety until that final goal was scored, but wow, that was a much different game than we saw previously to that. My word.
The pendulum swings back hard, and Blue's first win is now countered by a win from B4 Esports. Blue had an excellent opportunity to get a goal in there toward the later stages of that overtime, taking advantage of several missed hits, or several misses from B4 Esports. You saw B firing away at the left side, Gene making a missed pull. Blue seemed to be dominant with all three of their brawlers right stacked up on B4 Esports' goal line, but couldn't get it in. B4 Esports with the turnaround of the day so far. An excellent play that they really well deserved that win at the last couple seconds of the gameplay.
Yeah, I have been on the edge of my seat. One thing I'd say though for me is that Blue definitely seems to have the aggression and the consistency, and that's what we're going to have to see in the next game as to whether B4 Esports can kind of bring some of that to the table as well. They're making some great defensive plays and getting themselves out of trouble when needed, but Blue definitely for me have that aggression that maybe B4 Esports needs to consider applying more of.
Well, I don't know. B4 Esports was playing an amazing defensive game. You know, I don't want to disagree with you with in any way, but I think that they played very well in the first couple of minutes, well enough to prevent that dominating 2-0 win that Blue picked up in game number 1. And then when we got to overtime, it seemed like B4 Esports with an open field had every advantage that they needed. Not able to leverage it against that first big push from Blue, but staying alive just barely long enough to get the counterattack. You might have a point that a little bit more offense from B4 Esports would benefit them in the early stages of the game, trying to poke their way in to get a goal here and there. But I had just seen so many opportunities from B4 Esports that they were, I want to say, taking too much advantage of, pushing a little bit too hard. And I think that dialing it back in game number 2 is what got them the win.
And you could be right. It could be part of their strategy. Even playing B, maybe they are trying to make it into overtime and just kind of delay things because, you know, playing that brawler, if it's not mirrored, is a great advantage. But you got to hit your shots though, and that's what we saw when we saw that pressure being applied by Blue was as a result of those shots being missed. And but you know, B I think is still a great choice of brawler. It's just about positioning yourself at the right times early game to try to get a goal. But yeah, they could be trying to delay the timer, delay the fuse, to get it into overtime. But whether we see some broader changes from Blue, I think it might be something to consider maybe here.
All right, well, we're hopping into game number 3 right now. The tiebreaker is up, and it looks like a similar setup from Blue and B4 Esports. Both of them are going to be running B, Gene, and Sandy. So it's a mirror match for the tiebreaker. Which team will pull ahead in the match overall? Only one more game to find out.
Yeah, I like the B pick here. I think that's wise. I think that's going to help a lot. for Blue here to do something about this. Does get a takedown, however, on Before Esports, but the positioning here is good. I think that that will allow the respawn to take place and for Before Esports to regain control and positioning here. And here we see as well, yeah, Beta coming back, and great to see Sandy being played more, actually. We did see a couple of nerfs to Sandy and kind of like shift away from the meta, but now...
Oh, the pull!
Great pull from Tufa. That was really, really accurately placed there.
Grabs Duncan with a mighty get over here, pulls him straight into the fire, knocking him down, and that's going to give an opportunity for B4 Esports to push. Unfortunately, though, they lose their Sandy over on the right side, and a counter pull now from Duncan, taking down Adino. That's going to be another chance for Blue Esports to make the charge back in, firing the ball away, not willing to commit that attack. Beto was firing plenty of shots, and he knew that Tufa was on the edge as well. Tufa with a beautiful pull, almost able to take down Emmerich, but not just quite. Takes another shot, but out of range now.
Yeah, great defensive plays from Before Esports. I like Tufa's accuracy today, hitting every pull as he does so there again. But for me, I've got to say, I like Beto's use of the Sandy Super. I think many people underestimate how powerful that can be on defense, because it does place your opponents into a position where they're not really sure where you might lie in wait. And that's what we saw Blue. A good return from Duncan. Both of these Gene players are hitting their shots today and bringing that to the table.
Duncan pulling out the Eye of Thundera to gain sight beyond sight. Despite that Sandy super set up by Beto, was able to predict exactly where he was going to be at, gets the pull and the finishing blow. But it's still a 0-0 scoreline for both of these teams now, unable to get the ball past that goal line. They're pushing hard up into the top side now, where Blue is going to be on defense in this power play opportunity for B4 Esports, setting up as best they can, but unable to push back. Filipino playing beautiful defense and now using his gadget to top off.
Yeah, we're going to look like we're going to be going into overtime, but it's definitely Blue. They've got the positioning here over Before Esports, and this could be crucial with the box. It's about to be going down. The ball's passed to Duncan because he has super, but he does go down, leaving Emmerich alone.
The shot!
Is he going to... No, the save! Before Esports save it off the line, and they're going to be going on the counter push.
Great job there to Blue Esports. They made the most of that situation, but couldn't quite get it past the finishing line. They're going to be continuing to push up, and with a beautiful pull, Duncan's going to grab Beto and give a power play opportunity for Blue. An aggressive play from B4 Esports, tossing the ball over onto their opponent's side of the map, but that's going to be a big chance now for Blue to make this counterattack happen once again. Can they deliver the finishing blow that they lost out on last time? The shot is deflected, caught by Tufa, sent back, but it's not going to be enough. Adino defeated, a total team wipe, and the BM sitting right on the goal line before they walk it across for the victory.
Oh my goodness me. Great performance from Blue there. Just holding their ground, making sure to capitalize on their situation there, and didn't miss a step. That's so important in overtime, because if you don't calculate that correctly, then you're going to be getting a really, really strong counter push. There's no question about it. And yeah, great to see them just delaying things to overtime. It was the right play to make. It kind of made sense with the brawlers. When you don't have a tankier brawler to use for that push, you've got to delay things for as long as you can, and that's what they did.
Very, very well played to Blue. A titanic strike against B4 Esports. You felt the earth shake. A seismic earthquake from Blue, knocking down all three brawlers on the other side of the map. Momentum just rushing behind them as they make that final goal happen. Pulling ahead now, the underdog in this region. It goes repeated again. This is a team that needs wins, and they are finally finding a chance to put them up on the board. Can they seal the deal and get that last one here in set number 4? It's going to be nuts and bolts in the Siege setup.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what brawler combos we're going to be seeing, because Blue keep mixing things up. I mean, that is, for me, what is doing a great favor and a great service for them. We are going to see, however, BB, Frank, and Gene. I like the Frank pick. It could be a bit risky, though.
Yeah, it is a risky pick, but it's not one that is completely out of line with what we'd expect from Siege in past games. B4 Esports know that they've got a lot to do in this set to stay competitive against a Blue team that has been flattening them in game after game now. We're going to get a relative tie here in the Bolt score, but it looks like Blue is starting to catch up and gain the lead. They're going to get the first Siege bot with center control. Nice pull there from Tufa, but I don't really know if it's worth very much. The counterattack is going to be coming in pretty hard, and Blue's about to get a Siege bot right onto B4 Esports' Ike.
Yeah, Two's trying to deflate the push to make sure that when it does come in, there's actually only 2 players for Blue able to support it. And I actually really got to say, I liked Adinho's positioning there to try to capitalize not just getting damage on the bot, but also to get the takedown over teammates for Blue. He might get pulled if he's just trying to bait that.
Oh, the pull on Filipino.
Yeah, and a cancellation with the Frank gadget as well. I've got to say, Adino is playing Frank to perfection right now.
Great job there from B4 Esports, finally pushing back up into the mid, and they're going to get a few bolts, but can they deny Blue that siege bot? It looks like if they get these bolts, they will. There they do. Pick them up, and that'll be right back in line just in time. No, actually not in time. Even though Blue had only 4 bolts up to B4 Esports is 5. They got him a second after Blue was holding on. So B4 Esports will play defense one more time. And with a huge bolt advantage, wow, the economy buildup from B4 Esports is going to be a big hit on the final siege bot.
Yeah, I'm surprised, to be honest, the Blue didn't go more aggressively there to try to end it there and then, because it's going to be a pretty big bot if they lose positioning, which they have done. And now we're going to see a big bot coming with a great pull there by Tufa. This is going to be a big monster for Blue to have to deal with, Woody.
A nightmare for Blue Esports, the team far and ahead for the first siege bots of this game. But the third and final one will give B4 Esports the last laugh. Only a smidgen of a lead for B4 Esports, 3% damage. But look, Blue is taking some damage. They're down to 85% with the bot coming in. There's no way for Blue to catch up at this point. I don't want to call it too early, but I don't see any way for B4 Esports to lose it at this point.
Oh, this is absolutely a place to call it early, yeah? They were dancing and spinning and all sorts prior to the bot even being spawned in. But very dominant performance from B4 Esports. The Frank pick was played very well, in my opinion, by Dinho, and great defenses across the board. But yeah, it's a great start that B4 Esports do need, as Blue are in the lead on sets, and they're going to want to now capitalize on their position, get this next game in the bag before moving swiftly on to the final set, if they can make it that far.
Well, you know, my grandpa was in the Navy, and he always told me that waves come in threes. The tide goes in, tide goes out, but when it comes back, it will be a tsunami. If you haven't been prepared, you are going down. That's what we saw in game number 1. The biggest, baddest siege bot of this set so far delivered a huge blow in favor of B4 Esports. And, you know, I noticed they actually got 15% damage off their opponent's Ike before that bot had even made it past the line. What was that from? What was that from? BB Supers just kind of consistently tossed out there, and, you know, shots from Gene. I can't see any other way that they got that. Yeah,
a lot of the plays that I would personally make with BB would be to use my bubble to basically just keep chipping away. Sometimes it's not always necessary to use that on an aggressive stance towards the other players and your opponents. They might not be in a position to really even use it. So it makes sense that, you know, whilst you're kind of sitting there with Super, you may as well get some value from that and kind of look to cycle again when you do get your hits off. So that could be where that came from. Yeah.
All right, well, we're starting off on game number 2 now. A chance to change up brawlers if these players want. It looks like Blue's Filipino is going to be playing Barley this time. Another popular pick for Siege, and will give them a bit more long-range damage. They need to focus fire down Adinho, because that was the big brawler problem for them last game. Nice pull there from Duncan will give them what they're looking for, and another bolt advantage in the first siege bot. But remember, it's the bigger bot at the end of the match that's going to matter most. A tie in the first siege is going to present an interesting dynamic. What can we expect to see from the second and third bots now, Art?
A lot of area control from Blue as they hope to hold on, I think is what we can expect to see. And I've got to say, though, we saw this yesterday with the EU games as well, that when Frank had a really solid, and it was always a really solid first game, the second game tends to play out differently, as the team that didn't do very well against that brawler pick would kind of hunker together and focus on taking him down. And that's what Adinho was seeing in that early stage there, was getting sort of focused on by Duncan, but now he seems to be able to thrive and get more dominance. There's a great ball from Duncan goes in as well. This is very close. It's going to be big bot either way, Woody.
Yeah, it's going to be a big bot for B4 Esports. Level 10, they're committing on this second bot. Might or might not be enough to get the Ike destroyed. Take a look at Blue, actually able to get 19% damage off that enemy Ike before they even summoned their first bot. But with 12 bolts already, Blue is virtually guaranteed to get the last siege bot of the game. It's all up to B4 Esports to get as much damage in as they can right now. Not a single punch from that bot, though. That's going to leave a little bit wanting on the B4 Esports side of things that blue Ike still above half hit points.
B4 Esports, in my opinion, absolutely overcommitted there. They wanted to get it done because they knew the next round was going to be a struggle, but they absolutely, in my opinion, should have been a little bit more passive there, just to kind of hold the mid ground to get more control there. But it was not really going to go in there. This is going to be an 18 siege bot now, and they are going to have to be surely panicking now.
You got to stall this out. You got to get a stun. A miss hit from a Dinho. That super not able to get the stun on the bot. No pulls coming in from Tufi either. This is all over. Blue with a walloping show have finished off the Ike. It's done for.
I mean, you really needed that Frank super to connect when you've got a level 18 bot inbound, but gotta hand it to Blue as well. Great defense. I saw a good use of the Barley gadget there to slow the progression of the siege bot, and that played, in my opinion, a big difference in how Blue were able to defend. Was also a pretty gnarly bot coming in there. A level 10 bot is not an easy feat to defend, so they did do very well to defend that, as B4 Esports knew that was a good chance for them to capitalize and end things there. Didn't happen, and the comeback was inevitable almost.
Well, there you saw it. The comeback has been effectuated, and we will have a tiebreaker for game number 3. Great job there, building up a massive siege bot at the end. And yeah, I just feel bad when you miss so many supers in defense. You're panicking. You got a huge bot up against you. You're behind already in Ike damage. There's just kind of nothing you can do about it at that point. So hats off to them for doing their best to keep their heads on straight. And they managed not enough to stay competitive that one.
It's a tricky one. See, this is why I do like Siege as a game mode, because there is actually a lot of thought process behind what you do as a team. Do you commit and just try to make sure that you can get it over and done with, or do you kind of like do that circumstance and not go all in to try to end things there? They might have had maybe like a level 10 bot to defend, which might have led to a different outcome. So there's a lot of decision-making processes in Siege to have to consider here, and all I know for certain is that Blue are now on match point, and that is going to be something that B4 Esports are going to have to consider in this next game, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, there's never a game that you want to drop, but if there's one that you got to focus intensely on, it's got to be the match point game. B4 Esports now got their backs up against the wall. Got a great win in game number 1, but can they bring that magic power back in game number 3 to pick up this tiebreaker? We'll see soon what the brawler picks are going to be. They are going to abandon Frank and are going to instead prefer using Barley, just the same as their opponents did last game. Looks like Blue is going to be bringing the same comp as before.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's wise. I do think that is a wise decision. Frank is a very, very good brawler in Siege, no doubt about it. But, as we saw, missing just one super at the wrong time can be very, very costly. And Barley's definitely, for me, a bit more of a safer choice in that respect, but equally as strong.
All right, well, we are already seeing the first siege bot coming out. All bolts have been gathered by Blue Esports, and that's going to be a tough run for B4 Esports to come back against. Blue moving past that Ike line of defense now and starting to throw some shots out there. Filipino gets 2 hits on the Ike as that big siege bot is distracting. Adino making his way back in to try to get some damage off on Filipino, but not landing the hits he's looking for, and that's a huge Ike damage for Blue to claim right on the first bot. 35% damage peeled off is going to be a massive advantage for Blue. Yeah, great result early on, and Emmerich is running BB and is looking to use those supers to continue just getting chip damage there. So it's a really, really good start for Blue there. Not really the start that B4 Esports would have wanted, I think. Yeah, that's got to be an understatement if I've ever heard one, Arg. What a huge hit from Blue to start things off, and to follow up with the second siege bot, only allowing 5 bolts to B4 Esports between those first 2 spawns. They are going to be going in hot and heavy. Watch for this hit. There goes the siege bot, backed up by BB. We're going to get some additional firepower from G now, backfiring away straight onto the Ike. We are going to get a BB super as well. Punch, punch, punch. Down to 42%. Big lead for Blue and holding on to control of the middle of the map. They're got a 4-bolt deficit, but they can easily make that up in a very short amount of time. Filipino gets the kill at the left side, and that's a Barley victory for Blue Esports, gathering up bolts. They're going to have it tied up very shortly, and will very likely claim the 3rd and final siege bot as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tuva got the pull that he needed to get, taking down Emmerich, but his teammates weren't there for the support that they needed to gain over the mid control, and that was where things went down. I think this one is all over. A level 8 is coming in. Blue are going to be victorious here, dancing and spinning, and a great way to start off the day.
Blue Esports, starting off in 6th place in the LATAM South region, are going to be advancing over this opposing team. B4 Esports played very admirably, picking up 1 set win and multiple game wins within the sets that Blue were victorious in. But at the end of the day, the victor will stand high and proud. Blue Esports will move on.
My goodness me. I think we're in for a great start for today, because already we're seeing what are very, very closely matched teams, and great to see Blue off to a good start, because as we know, they're slightly behind when it comes to the points. So they've obviously thought through today a lot, and are looking to bring as much excitement into the mix as possible.
Well, they're Blue, dabba-dee-dabba-die, 48 bolts collected during that past set, an even score on kills overall, and that really shows why playing to the objective is so important in these Brawl Stars games. It's only Bounty that you can really focus just on kills alone, more damage dealt overall by Blue, and better picks on the fly. Great job to them picking up the win in match number 1. We're going to toss it over now to Falcone to close this one out and queue us up for our next match.
Well, exciting is what we wanted, and exciting is exactly what we got from this first match of the day. It was very back and forwards, but in the end, Blue took it down, and it is now time for me to announce that the MVP for the first match of the day is going to go to Emmerich. Now, Emmerich's play as Ems in Brawl Ball, way back when, if you can just about remember Brawl Ball, when combined with his teammate Sandy, was just able to dominate the playing field with his regular attack, dealing a ton of damage, and the super slowing down enemies at such a wide range. Blue were able to use Emmerich to help with their push and score several goals in Brawl Ball before switching to B for the last game, and oh boy, he got the last goal, but not before some spicy BM. With BB in Siege, he consistently brought the control of the center and was able to help his team get that mighty level 18 Brawl Bot. That is not something that we see very often, but it is something that we saw in today's games. And what a great set of performances, both for Emmerich and also for Blue. So one more time, congratulations to the team. Let's take a look at how it affects this group's bracket. So far today, we are only 1 game in, but as you can see, Blue have a 1-0 match score, and B4 have a 0-1 match score. B4 are going to have one more opportunity to hopefully even that up, make that 1-1, but for Blue, if they can win again against INTZ later, they are going to be in a fantastic spot. And ooh, what's that? The next match today is in fact going to be INTZ versus Blue. This is Blue's opportunity to lock down that lead and guarantee the win in the group. INTZ represented by Conci, Matthias, Guido, and Marcel. Blue represented once again by Emmerich, Duncan, Brozek, and Filipino. Wow, I cannot wait for this match. It is going to be such a good one. INTZ, who of course we've seen so many times in the monthly finals already. And it's time for some facts. As usual, when they were asked what their roles on the team were, most of the members of INTZ claimed that I'm the carry, I'm going to carry my teammates, but not Consti. He said his role is to run around giving poker heals to everyone. Now that's a team player. Speaking of Consti, he claims that their strategy coming into this event is to surprise the opponent with unusual compositions. This is something we love to see, but I guess the real question is whether or not Blue are going to be prepared for it as we move on and look at Blue one more time. Now, when the members of Blue were asked what their individual roles were, Duncan and Brozek claimed to be support. Emmerich describes himself as the sort of captain. He's in charge of brawler strategies, etc. And Philip is the holder, which I assume means he's the one you want to kill and gem grab. On another note, one of the players, who shall remain unnamed, Philip, claims that one of the other players, Emmerich, never stops talking. I would have no idea what that is like, but we'll see how that stands them up in this next team game. Let's head back to Ark and Woody.
Thank you very much, Falcone, for that. And yeah, great to see A great early start there from Blue. But now, next up, we're going to be seeing INTZ give it their best shot. And they're doing very well on points, so this could be something to look out for.
That it will. INTZ, the leader right now in LATAM South with 140 points, first place and more than double the points of their next competitors. But as we just saw, Blue Esports is the up-and-comer, an upstart team with a win over their first match opponents, are going to be trying to pull off the same, but can they overcome the INTZ juggernaut?
And with these bans in place, we're going to be seeing kind of similar brawlers on the cards, because Sprout and Jackie, as poetic as it may seem, are banned for a second time today.
Yeah, it seems like these are the brawler ban picks of the region overall. They know exactly what they don't want to have to play against, and they've got a good game plan moving in for this match now. Set number one, it's going to have Snake Prairie. That almost always sees Bo and Tara players, brawlers that can see into enemy bushes and help your team get those kills that they desperately need. In this bounty game mode, it's all about racking up those kills.
Yeah, it's just interesting to compare how things are playing out today on the LATAM side of things compared to the EU side of things yesterday, because we did see a lot of Jackie being on the cards yesterday, and every now and again Sprout will be making an appearance, but it definitely seems to say that the teams want those brawlers out of the mix, and that's going to be opening up a wide variety actually in terms of the meta. And straight off the bat, we're going to be seeing Bo and Tara, for me, the two best brawlers for Prairie.
Marcel gets an early kill on Emmerich, found out of position. Great read there by Marcel. He didn't even have vision on where Emmerich was, but just had to make the predictive shot. But it lands, and that's going to give INTZ the early lead that they have been hoping for. Blue were really relying on grabbing that first star and getting to play defense with that additional bush intel. You know, they're playing both Bo and Tara, so it makes it a lot easier to see much more into the enemy line of fire, and that's what's going to give them an advantage, leading off with a kill against Marcel, sneaking up into that right side, but a bit too aggressive to get rewarded for it.
Yeah, Blue on the right side there, a good takedown as well, give themselves a bit of breathing space here. And I gotta say, INTZ being very aggressive straight off the bat. Look at this, the spawn trap already in motion. 1 minute left of the game still to play, and everyone going with the super, and the takedown as well, giving even more of a lead for Blue.
This is a horrible position for INTZ, a team that had the lead in the early game, but having sacrificed a kill over on there on the right side, Marcel really put them in a bad spot. Now they were forced to push back up into Blue. Grabbing a kill, they're going to start to try to equalize, but INTZ still behind by 3 stars, are in a very tricky spot.
Yeah, and as we've seen already, Blue seem to bite when placed into that corner. You do not want to put a rabid dog into a corner, and I think they're going to be looking to hold their ground here. But INTZ in a great spot with 20 seconds left. If they can just make this pinch count, 1 kill or 2 will be enough for them to be on the retreat.
It looks like they're not willing to attack those 2 brawlers in the corner. Instead, it's going to be Guido firing off his super. Can they finish off Duncan over on the left side? Even if they do, though, it's not going to be enough to catch up. Blue with the kill at the right side. Filipino annihilates Matthias, and that is going to be a massive victory for Blue Esports.
It was a great idea. It was almost like a kind of distraction by Emmerich to be focusing that right-hand side lane, because the kill on the left side wasn't going to be enough for INTZ to be able to get the lead anyway. So great plays from them. And you know, one thing's for sure, though, with Snake Prairie, it's a bit unpredictable, and things can change in the next round.
INTZ annihilated in game number 1. A big blue sky is rising today. Arc Blue with the first victory are going to be relying on that vision to get the win in game number 1. It was that Tara gadget and Bo star power that were able to see so far and get so many more additional kills early on. That put INTZ in the tricky spot that they had to try to force back up into the top side, but could not find the positioning to take the kills against Blue. We'll see if that changes in game number 2.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, INTZ have not opted to go with the Tara pick. They're staying firm with Bo, Piper, Brock, and I do think that for me, Tara is a strong choice of brawler to pick on Snake Prairie. Being able to see with that vision from the gadgets into the bushes to supply your teammates with that information is a good attribute to consider. But they're staying firm, and they're going to be looking to break up these bushes early on, as they do have an early lead here.
Well, it's the same story for the first round of attack. It's going to be INTZ taking a kill against Blue, grabbing that first star. And once again, the same story leading into the mid game. Blue grabbing the second kill and pulling ahead on stars now. It's up to INTZ to push back up and try to get the offense to pay off. Finally grabbing a kill against Duncan, but they're just going to tie up the star score. INTZ and Blue both even at 4-4.
Yeah, but I like the accuracy of Marcel, the aggression there. He actually almost got a takedown. I believe it was on Emmerich as well, putting him on a very low state of HP, narrowly surviving. So Marcel is definitely going to be looking to capitalize on that range, because as we know with Piper, the more range that you can land your shot from, the more damage it's going to cause. And I do think that this is a strong position for INTC to capitalize on. And
doing a little elephant walk up there on the top, just kind of parading around, hoping that INTZ will make a charge in there. But the fact that they've got their totems both set up means that both teams have access to their supers. It's looking to me like this is going to be a drawn game. Both teams at that 4-star mark, and neither one really to cross through no man's land to make the charge in there. I think that Blue got the memo first that this was going to be a drawn game. Making a funny little protest staged behind that wall.
Almost like a tribal dance from Blue, and great humor from them. It's great to see. But it seems that they were obviously in no position to want to go on the aggressive, and it was really kind of more down to INTZ as to whether they wanted to take the risk or not. They didn't, and we are going to be replaying this round of Bounty.
All right, well, still an advantage for Blue, the 1-0 in this set score. Tied up 4-4 in that last game, but they're going to be jumping right back into it. Same brawlers for both sides. Once again, it's going to be that vision advantage for Blue. INTZ relying on that higher damage output to try to get the win. But wow, that's going to be a big fireworks display right off the bat. No kills from either team, but tons of shots going off left and right. The advantage for Blue grabbing that star in the center. But can Marcel get that follow-up kill? Yes, he can! Fires away at Filipino for the long bomb.
My goodness me, I wasn't sure whether he was actually going to hit that because of what was going on, but he did land the shot, and that's what matters the most. INTC with a good lead now then, and breaking that right side and locking down the left is exactly what they want. Now, what they need to do is not do what they've done in the previous games and give up that early lead. They want to capitalize on their positioning here for sure if they're going to be seeing themselves win this round.
A missed super from Emmerich, and that's going to be really tricky for Blue to be able to follow up on. They know that they can't retreat back on that left lane because there's 3 bow mines set up over there. They have to move back through non-bushy territory if they want to retreat. They do get the kill, though. Nice job to get that 3-star mark, but unfortunately, Emmerich, I guess, forgot that there were bow mines set up over there on the left, or didn't see them in time. Going down now, INTZ will reclaim the lead with that predictive mine set up by Matthias.
Yeah, a bit of a miss there, forgetting about those mines in wait. I mean, perhaps they might have seen them go down originally, and they were thinking that they had been replaced, but they were not, and that picked up a solid kill there as well for INTC, who are now able to hold position here. 30 seconds left. We're going to have to see a push from Blue. Emmerich does have super for that push, or else this is going to be leveling up the scoreboard here.
Yep, it's going to be Duncan to the back, sitting in his totem to get his star, to get a super charged up. He's got it now, and they're ready to make their final last stand, pushing down into INTZ. They need to get at least 1 kill above their opponents now. A big hit from INTZ is going to get their star total up to 7. That's going to be really hard for Blue to come back from. They've equalized it! Duncan with the kill! Emmerich survives, and that's going to be a tied game number 3, 7-7.
I had my eye on it because I counted the stars knowing full that if Marcel went down, it was a draw. What a close finish. But we're going to be doing Bounty again, Woody.
Game number 4 starting up shortly. We rarely see a game number 4, but this might not even be the last one if INTC pick up a win. Or, you know, if we get a draw again. The fact that these teams are playing so cautiously when they're ahead signals to me that the draw is even more likely to take place if we do get that star total equalized. It's really important to try to get only safe attacks in against your opponents when you've got so much bush coverage for them to retreat into, and you're having to walk into no man's land, the space in the middle where everyone can see everyone. Don't want to be in that spot when there's so much damage output from a Piper and a Brock and a Bow on the other side of the map.
Yeah, no brawler picks, but an early gadget from Emmerich is going to put him into a nice position over Guido. does have to use his gadget to escape, but a lot of early exchanges is still drawn on the leaderboard. I don't know whether that's a good sign, Woody.
Almost always seems like Blue grabbed the star and maybe even a kill to start off with, but Marcel is always there, quick on the draw to get the first kill, equalizing this time for INTZ. Seeing those bushes getting busted down over on the right side of the map, and all but one of the bushes over on the left side. It looks like INTZ a little bit worried about that bush spot. Are going to set up some mines over there with Matthias. But yeah, once again, we're in that 3-3 drawn spot, and neither team is really interested in being the one to make the attack across no man's land. Are we going to get the elephant walk here? Are they going to be parading over on the top side again? Rocket fire from Blue.
Yeah, Blue are worried because they didn't, that left side wasn't completely covered. Now, INTC did place their mines, so they weren't really worried because they knew they'd be triggered if Blue did try to use that to kind of sneak around. Now we are on complete lockdown, no puns intended, and we're going to have to see both teams looking to get their supers to be able to go on the aggressive here because there's really no need to. Otherwise, I'm kind of curious what team are going to be making the first attempt, but I think that if any team's going to start walking in circles, it's going to be Blue first.
No puns intended and no puns made either, Ark, so have no fear on that account. It's going to be a 3-3 draw between these two teams as they are both going to be sitting back and pretty, waiting in the bushes for the next chance to play another game. We're going to be going into Game 5 very shortly after this 25-second interlude. A little bit of a, firing across the no man's land here, but yeah, this is a relatively stable. In game theory, we like to call this a Nash equilibrium, when each team knows the other team's strategy and has no incentive to deviate from it. They're just going to be playing defense, sitting peacefully, resting, waiting, recouping their energy. But yeah, Blue has got the advantage in this set with a 1-0 lead, and it's really up to INTZ to start to turn this around.
I've got to be honest, I didn't actually see them just kind of calling it quits there. I was expecting to see some cycling of supers and kind of go back on the aggressive, but disappointing to see almost, because I think we wouldn't have seen such a thing in yesterday's games. That I think he who dares wins, Woody, and that's what I think, and that's probably why I always lose in balancing myself. But
because you're not daring enough.
Well, because I'm always the one that goes in too daring and then loses for my team. So this is why we see it a lot happening in competitive, because it can cause a bit of a rift if you're the person that goes down. When there's no need to make the risk, then it can cause a bit of a sour taste for your teammates.
Yeah, very often in competitive Brawl Stars, it's about avoiding mistakes more so than making a clutch play here and there. I will say on some really high skill cap brawlers like for Piper and Jean with those massive long shots from like halfway across the map, you can make those killer plays on occasion. But when you've got that no man's land set up in the middle of the map, there's kind of no incentive to put yourself out there and risk exposure. I think it makes perfect sense for these teams to play defensive and just try to wait for the next opportunity for another game to play.
Yeah, it's the smart move really at the end of the day. And just to remind you guys of the score, it is Blue who do...
Oh, the kill from Matthias!
That could make a big difference as well. Have the lead with one game in the bag. Blue are in red, by the way. That's just to make it really difficult for you guys to follow it.
Marcel's going to knock down the bushes over on the right side, and that's going to be a bad spot for Blue to be in. As we've seen before, having that star disadvantage means that it's all up to you to push past that middle point. We're going to see Guido sitting right there, sitting right there on that totem, trying to protect that left side bush, now busting it down with that star power charged up, and Blue is in a really tricky spot with just a minute left and down a star overall. How can they make the comeback here?
Yeah, well, I mean, popping the gadget is smart by Emmerich, but the takedown is there as well, giving them 1-star advantage.
Wow.
Yeah, that is a really, really smart play by them, but I'm sure Emmerich has one gadget left to play, so just bear that in mind, and has super to be able to go on the defensive here as INC do make this push.
Oh my goodness! Emmerich with the massive triple kill, dropping his super left and right, pulling all three opponents in with that black hole. That was the mega bomb we have been long awaiting. Blue will win this one for sure now.
That was incredible play from Eric. The triple select, not something that you often see in Snake Prairie, but my goodness. It's been a slow pace until now, and Eric just exploded with Duncan getting a double kill. Blue have just out absolutely annihilated INTZ in this round.
An interstellar explosion, the black hole pulling all hopes away from INTZ. We even see a sneaky little play from Duncan in there, willing to give up some stars because he knew his team was so far ahead. Congratulations to Blue Esports knocking down the behemoth of INTZ in this first set.
Wow, you see, this is the thing. I do think, I've got to say that Piper Brock Bow is a good brawler comp. Absolutely viable in Snake Prairie, but I do feel like Tara, for me, is a personal favorite here with so much of her abilities able to capitalize on a situation where in Snake Prairie you might want to be, you know, staying close to a Bow because Bow has the star power which can see with a wide radius in the bushes. You can capitalize like that, and absolutely dominant performance from Blue there. 44 stars to INTZ's 28.
Sheep Ship in Twitch chat said it best when he said, "This is what you get by running Piper instead of Tara." Tara giving you much more vision into those bushes with the gadget and also the chance to get a team kill with her super. What an awesome performance there by Blue. Really hats off to them. That was the most explosive exchange we've seen of the entire weekend so far. Well played. But we're moving into set 2 now. We've got to reestablish ourselves here in the Sandy Gems map. We're going to be playing Heist, where it's the objective of each team to destroy the enemy safe, or at the very least do more damage to the enemy safe than they do to yours before time runs out.
Yeah, it almost feels like we've had already 2 sets played because of those extensions in bounds, but we have already played 1 set. It is Blue that have the lead over INTZ, and Heist is going to be one of those gamers where they will no longer be able to adopt any kind of passive stance on the situation. This is going to be all guns blazing, choosing between whether they want to go on the full aggressive or more on the defense, but this is going to be a much faster pace than we've seen so far between these 2 teams.
And as we've seen in the past couple of matches from yesterday and earlier today, Daryl, a big favorite in Heist game modes, Nita as well, as the Bruisers out in front to dish the damage out. But what can we see specifically from Sandy Gems, from brawler swaps within these teams? What are we expecting, Ark? Maybe BB?
Well, yeah, these side lanes are absolutely open to brawlers like BB and Ricochet. We just went back into the OG side of things. Rico is what we refer to him as now. Yeah, shutting down the side lanes here for me is really important, because getting that sneak attack on the safe is something which is definitely on the cards with this kind of map. Rose is something tanky, Bull perhaps. Those kinds of things could work well here.
Well, we do see Rico and Brock from INTZ, as well as some maximum firepower. Max being played by both teams here. That's going to be some really rapid attack. But Emmerich bringing your favorite brawler. Ems is in action here, dropping that hairspray in the center of the arena, trying to prevent any sneaky attacks from INTZ over on the left side. And it's going to be an early lead for Blue. Already have 2 of their brawlers on the enemy safe. It's going to be 2 brawlers as well, actually, for INTZ, knocking down some damage as well. Both safes at 62%.
Yeah, identical damage here, but Duncan is remaining alive there. That bottom right-hand side is going to have to be dealt with. He is getting continuous chip damage here as Blue continue the assault, and they are going to get the early win over INTZ. A great start for them.
My goodness, what an amazing display of maximum firepower from Blue Esports, getting all 3 of their brawlers on the enemy safe. And it seemed like INTZ were impotent to shut that down, just firing away on defense. They still had 2 of their own brawlers back there, but they had to pull their own attacker off of the enemy safe just to stay alive for a few more seconds, but not able to grab any kills against that Blue offense. Very well played. Fancy footwork to the Blue squad there.
Yeah, blink and you missed it. I mean, it was over so quickly, and you know, going for like the long range options here does open up the possibility for more tankier brawlers. Though, I mean, you know, they both teams have obviously gone with the range in their minds, but they might be taken off guard with a potential brawler change if they were to go with something that was able to soak up more of those hit points.
Daryl is what I'm thinking of. Let's see if INTZ makes a brawler swap in game number 2. Ooh, going a Spike this time instead for INTZ. Ark, what do you think of that?
Spike can do an insane amount of damage if placed like directly on top of the safe and applying gadgets. So that is where we see Spike being so prominent, and also being able to take down some tanks should Blue have changed to a more tanky option, but they haven't. And we are going to see an early break of the defensive walls from Blue. I like this from Blue, I've got to say.
The walls come tumbling down. Blue's super from Filipino are going to knock down the obstacles in front of that safe, and already peeling off almost half of the hit points on that safe. It's going to be Emmerich now with another charge out to the left side, getting another kill and firing away at the safe as well. This is just such a huge victory for Blue in the early stage of this game. I don't know if INTZ can make the comeback happen.
It's going to be insanely hard for them to do if they can. They've got to hand it to Emmerich there. Great positioning on the left-hand side. Avoided the spike super really nicely, but then got the positioning to get the kill as well to support the push. Great plays on the left-hand side, and surely Blue are going to wrap things up here with a few final hits from Duncan and Emmerich. They do. That is going to be all she wrote for Heist, over as quickly as that. And now INTZ very much on the back foot.
Tick-tock, the damage don't stop firing away, even with damage going on to their own safe. The big early advantage that Blue claimed was sufficient to finish it off with their second and final push. That second set going by a lot faster than the first one. And wow, Blue Esports has got to be the name on everyone's mind right now. This LATAM South upstart team in 6th place at the beginning of the day is very quickly taking the lead over INTZ in first. They might even get a chance to unseat them in future months. The fact that they've picked up a 2-0 lead now in the set score against the champion of this region says that, to me, they're on fire today, Ark.
Oh, absolutely. They brought the game to the leaders today, and this is something which is going to give them a lot of confidence moving into Stone Fault, which is going to be a gem grab game mode. So this is the thing, like having that momentum and that confidence leading into what could be INTZ's downfall here. Is going to play a lot to their advantage, maybe.
Very well could, and the fact that they're already 2-0 up means that you got to expect that they'll be able to continue playing aggressively. They might even be willing to make a bit of a risky brawler comp here against INTZ if they think that that's what's going to be able to set them over the edge. We don't really quite know which game mode is Blue's specialty, so if it just kind of happens that they picked up some early wins over INTZ on some lucky hits, there's still a chance for INTZ to turn around. This is, of course, one of the most storied teams in Brawl Stars competitive. INTZ, composed of Consti, Matthias, Guido, and Marcel, have been well known over the past several months, picking up victory after victory in the LATAM South region. So don't expect this to be the end of their team. We certainly know that they're going to be making a comeback next month, but wow, Blue has really put a damper on their spirits, and I'm eager to see what happens in game number 1 of this gem grab set.
Yeah, like you rightly say, INTZ definitely the more consistent team as we've seen them appearing more frequently. Blue new to the scene, but it's this exact thing which I love to see in competitive. I do like to see an underdog bring something new to the table here. But an early start then, Blue with good control. Opting to go with Mr. P, I think, is a wise choice. Without Tara, that Mr. P super with the Porter will be able to seek out brawlers that are kind of being more incognito, regardless as to whether they're in the bush or not.
Early use of the gadget there by Mr. P is going to give Duncan a great opportunity to hold control in the middle of this court, grabbing all 5 gems that have spawned so far, and now annihilating Matthias over on the left side. He's just got 38 hit points left and is on a clear retreat. Marcel grabbing back a few of those gems in the center, doing his darndest to keep pace up against Blue.
Duncan could be in trouble here on the right-hand side if the takedown is there. Guido picks up 7 gems from Blue with a great use of gadget to tank the shot. What an amazing turnaround for INTZ, who are now on the countdown, Woody.
Starting it up and will be soon finishing it off. They are in a tight spot, though. On playing defense. Wow, Duncan with the epic pull. Grabs the gems right out of Marcel and Matthias's hands. A huge upset now as the countdown is canceled. Which team will grab the gems first, Ark?
It's Guido again with an amazing shot, taking out of harm's way there. Matthias couldn't quite get the gems out of another great...
The pull and the counter pull!
My goodness me, this game is so back and forth, but it's again INTZ who are on the countdown, and surely this time they will secure this victory here.
I could not dream of genie pulls more impressive than that. Duncan and Marcel giving the business to each other right there in the center of the arena, but not either one of them able to cancel out the power of the other. It was all up to Marcel and Guido on the backside, holding on to those gems to take the day in the end. Great job to Blue counterattacking and almost pulling off the victory there, but Guido's high damage output from B was just too much for Blue to be able to surpass that time.
I mean, looking back at the replay there as well, Gritty was so much lower on his HP with a 5,000 Gene, really going very aggressively towards him, and the use of Gadget combined with a super, combined with all sorts of really, really defensive stretches allowed him to come out on top there. And this is why, you got to be so careful of B. She does pack a sting. You just cannot underestimate her.
All right, well, game number 2 will be starting up very shortly. Expect to see them running back with more bee stings in the arena. INTZ with the victory in game number 1, finally finding a chance to make a stab back at a blue team that has been on a dominant rampage so far today. We'll see in game number 2 if they make any brawler swaps. It's going to be starting up right now, and here we go. B, Jean, and Sandy for INTZ. So a similar setup as before. Emmerich going to be playing the Sandy kind of role on his team, running M's instead.
Yeah, I do like the changing up there for INTZ. B, for me, is a very, very good choice to take on the lane of Mr. P as well, because now look on that right side, Philippine is not really able to do much there. Guido just shutting him down, and with every hit he gains an amplified shot, of which has a much more effective damage output there on that right side. So I like that choice then of swapping lanes to encourage the center mid control for INTZ, which is what we're seeing here.
INTZ playing very aggressively, and Marcel leveraging that super from Sandy to stay well hidden in the center of the map, grabbing all 6 gems that they need to start off to a big advantage. Now Duncan finally finding a chance to grab a few more in the center, now going to take advantage of this opportunity to strike. But yeah, hidden right in that enemy Sandy super, those rude wins are going to be hard to come back from. Matthias gets a kill over on Emmerich, but that's not going to be enough to get the finishing blow. Matthias follows up though, gets the kill over Duncan, grabs just 2 gems and will retreat now. A bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Expected him to be able to pull off more from that big kill. Still Emmerich with 8 gems is going to have the lead for Blue.
Yeah, Matthias was very much aware that Emmerich was holding super, and that slowdown by Ems can be very, very effective when in a chase, if the chase starts at the point in time where the players are so close together. But nevertheless, it is going to be Blue who do take the countdown and are in a great position here to level things up. But Guido hitting shots, amplified shots, forcing Blue into a corner. Duncan's really low here, Woody.
Can they get the finishing blow? Duncan looking not too healthy. There it goes. The kill is off. The countdown is restarted, but INTZ are not in a position to get another one on the board. Filipino over on the right side will be continuing to play defense, trying to prevent any hits on Emmerich. Nice pull there from Duncan, will deny Guido any chance to get another hit off here, and that looks like Blue is going to be walking away victorious in game number 2.
Wow, under the pressure of that first game, Blue with a comeback then, returning shots fired, putting them now on a bit of a match point situation, which has got to be on INT's mind now.
Take a look at this replay now, where we see that huge pressure from Blue trying to push back against an INTZ team that picked up an early lead. That left side of the playing field, though, was where all the action was happening. Big hits from Emmerich, and even though he missed that gadget, it looks like against Matthias sneaking up over him on the left side, he still was able to get the gems far back enough for Blue to be able to hold on to them. With that kill, INTZ was only able to grab just those 2, not enough to swing the tide.
Yes, and now we've already got an exciting game up for you next, staying, of course, on Stone Fort. And now any brawler changes, it carries so much more of an impact, because this could be the time to do it. It's a bit of a daring thing for INTZ to mix things up, really, but it could be the thing that's needed for them to cling on and just kind of get through this set to keep the game alive. But Blue in a very good spot here to capitalize.
All right, well, the tiebreaker is now starting up. Game number 3 underway. If Blue picks up the win here, it is match point for them. all up to INTZ to keep up the pressure and try to pick up another win just like they did in game number 1. Blue is going to get control of the center now with Duncan taking the first stab in there. He's taking several shots from Marcel, though, and will be pushed back. Emmerich over on the right side is eliminated from Guido's far-sided hit. He's also got his super strike ready to go. Fires it off but misses Filipino. Still, INTZ looking good in the first stage of this match.
Yeah, but I gotta say, I like the Sandy pick. Sandy can have a super, which is very, very, it can make a circumstance where your opposition do not know where your team are, and that will in turn cause a more defensive play, a lot of retreat. So I do like that approach from INTZ there, but the ball from Duncan shuts it down. I am eating my words as it shows no sign of slowing Blue down.
Nicely done to Blue, pushing back into Marcel, who's starting to play a bit more cautiously now that he's got some gems to his name. 5 of them stacked up, and that's going to be an opportunity to finish off Emmerich. There he goes, takes the shot, and this is going to be relatively equalized. Wow! The pull from Marcel! What a huge upset! Gets 9 gems now and needs just 1 more to start the countdown. Can't get it just yet, but there it is. INTZ are looking pretty.
What a time to pull, and another pull from Marcel just to rub salt in the wound for Blue. It couldn't have come at a better time with that final gem spawning, and surely now INTZ are clinging on now to what will be another set to add to this series. My goodness me, INTZ are not taking this lying down.
They certainly are not. The top team in LATAM South has got a title to defend, and defend it they did in set number 3, picking up the victory over Blue and getting 1 step closer to trying to pull off this reverse sweep against a team that has been so strong today. Great pulls there from Marcel. I've got to make him the star player from that last set. I think he did an amazing job at keeping that gem count firmly in the hands of INTZ. We're going to be starting up with set 4 very shortly, but take a look at the stats first now, as you can easily see from the kill line why INTZ was able to pull ahead in the set overall. Interesting that Blue grabbed more gems overall, but couldn't keep the victory in their grasp.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't really matter how many go back and forth. It's what's left in your pocket at the end of the game, which is going to determine whether you win or lose. But yeah, I got to resonate with what you said there, Woody, about Marcel playing very, very well there. And, you know, it's a difficult situation when you're playing Gene, because not only do you have that kind of responsibility to your team to not drop those gems, but also to go on the aggressive and pull the right brawler at the right time. We saw yesterday some of the Gene pulls there were actually kind of like more of a hindrance to their team, and it does make a big difference, like nailing that at the right time. But a penalty kick is what we're going to go to next, Brawl Ball, and we're going to see a very different kind of interaction here, because you've got to bear in mind Sprout and Jackie are both on the ban list, so that's going to mix things up. Sprout can be very dominant here, as can Jackie.
Certainly can, but with so many walls, I think that the important thing to keep in mind here is either building a comp that can last into overtime, or building a comp that is good at busting down barriers. In that regard, Frank and Brock both seem like good picks to me on this map, having to bust through not just kind of the typical defensive goalposts that are set up on goal line, but also a wall to protect those. It's going to be really a tough play to be able to get early goals in this sort of game.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. Brock, for me, is the great pick here, and the use of Gadget to be able to jump over what is actually a very long wall to provide you cover when you do get to the other side. It's definitely going to be a great brawler to have in the early game as well as the later games. So maybe a Max here for me would be a great choice as well, because having that speed boost to give to your entire team puts the opposition in a very difficult position when you're being rushed in a map with such confined quarters. It's a very, very scary thing when you've got brawlers rushing you at that kind of speed.
And especially if they have a lot of hit points, someone like Frank can deal a ton of damage in a very short amount of time if he's up close, and be able to get that speed boost, and then be able to run around with over 10,000 hit points. It's a terrifying combo, but it'll be up to these teams to decide if they want to try to make use of such a high-risk play. We're seeing the brawler picks now as INTZ and Blue are going to be hopping into game number 1 of this 4th set. We do have Frank up on top for the Blue team. Instead, though, INTZ are going to be running with a bit more of a damage-focused comp against this Slandulance.
Yeah, I mean, good choice of brawlers as well for me. You know, as we know with Nita, having Hyper Bear is a very dangerous thing, but having her Gadget to stun can also be a very defensive measure. But great positioning early on from Blue. Not quite able to get the pass, but Emmerich, boom, super breaks the walls down. This is a terrible position for INTZ.
marching around, and with a huge super to pound the ground, Emmerich gets the first strike in against INTZ. They're playing beautiful defense here, but at what cost? They've already lost several of the barriers protecting their goal line and haven't made much of an inroad against this big blue juggernaut. Pushing back in against them. They've got Poco to heal up their Frank, and even though he's taking a ton of damage now from this Hyper Bear, can he stay alive? Just barely. Not looking too healthy out there. Taking a few more pop shots from Marcel, who takes him down.
Yeah, great play from Matthias there, just getting his team into a great position. A missed pull, though, from Marcel could be devastating here as the attempt on goal is made. Can Matthias hold on? Oh! My word! I didn't think he would, but giving an early goal then for INTZ, Matthias there showing great form for his team.
Emmerich looking deadly marching out of that goal, but Matthias calling his bluff and willing to drill it straight past the goal line. Very, very well done to an INTZ team that has had way more of their own barriers busted down and looking at a big spot of trouble now. Forced gadget from Marcel is going to push back Emmerich, but is it going to be enough to deny the goal? A huge super busted down. Emmerich scores!
It was great use of gadget from Marcel to try to cancel it out, but the noise cancellation return use of gadget from Emmerich was enough to stop the pull. And now Emmerich does go down, and it's going to be INTZ on the push. Matthias, by the way, does have still gadget in use, but the pull from Marcel is great, and the walk-in is there. INTZ are going to take this first round.
Undeniable shutdown from INTZ. What an amazing performance, leveraging those super heavy damage output brawlers and getting some great pulls from Marcel as well to knock down walls and outposition their opponents. Flanked in the mid game by Emmerich there, whose Frank was just so super strong. Ultimately, INTZ got the upper hand against a team that just didn't seem able to repel that high damage output.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened there. And for me, if I'm Blue, I've got to be thinking Max right now. Frank really struggles when, you've got a brawler being very aggressive, very close quarters, and just kind of juking between the line of fire there. You can get behind the Frank quite quickly and then come back around and get from the other side to get him taken down here. I do think a switch-up might be needed because Frank can have a lot of weaknesses as well.
Sure can, and maybe that's one of the reasons why we see him swapped out. Blue is now going to be relying on that heavy damage output comp as well, but they are going to stick with a big bruiser out in front. BB can deal a ton of damage, and especially with that super can bash around corners, so keep an eye for that. They're going to be split up with Duncan going left, Emmerich going right, and Filipino tossing bombs over the walls in the middle here. That's a ton of damage for the blue team. Can they follow it up with a kill, though? Emmerich, the last one, takes the shot. It's in! Emmerich pulling ahead for blue.
Yeah, solid start. Great aggression and great control. Good map awareness. I'm really liking where this is going for Blue here. Emmerich now running that home run star power to give him that additional speed boost. Looking to find the gap. The pull from Duncan is great. Pulling through, but Marcel with a great solid defense for INTZ takes the ball into a safe hand.
Magnetic attraction from Duncan, getting pulls left and right, keeping Blue far ahead in this fight. They've got that 1-0 lead, but can they get a second to put the finishing touch on this game? So far, INTZ struggling to get past this midpoint with Emmerich just walloping them, but could this be their chance now? Marcel gets the kill and is starting to find an inroad against Duncan, defending alone at the top line.
I've got to be very wary here of Matthias because I'm pretty sure he's got gadgets still. Hasn't really been showing much signs of use yet. So look out for that stun. If INTZ get themselves into a spot where that can be played, I think that could be a good start here. But Emmerich running this left-hand side alone here is going to pocket the ball, which is an interesting maneuver. Baiting Marcel towards him and almost actually came out on top there. Got to be said.
Yeah, pocketing the ball is really good move here for Blue. Yeah. Since they have the lead, it's just going to stall. Look, Marcel having to march down into the corner, then march back out, takes 5 seconds at least. And when you've only got, 40 seconds left in the game, that's a significant amount of time to have to commit just to reestablishing control of the mid here. This poor Hyper Bear is going to be pretty much useless here, forcing a few shots out from Filipino. But wow, INTZ have really got their last shot here, and I don't know if they can make the use of it against a blue team that is looking stalwart on defense.
Oh, no, that pull from Duncan taking down Matthias there. That was a... Oh, and Marcel! Can he get the goal? No! An amazing defense, but what an intelligent play there from INTZ, but not enough to penetrate the defenses. And my word, that was close, Woody.
Blue team holding strong against one of the most clever plays we've seen from INTZ in a long time. Marcel almost pulling off the upset there, trying to find a way to push this thing into overtime, but just not barely enough. Congratulations to Blue, evening up the score in this fourth set. INTZ struggling to find an equalizer here. They need one more game win just to tie it up against a Blue team that has been on the path to victory.
What an amazing play from Marcel, passing the ball to the wall to allow himself to super and break the wall with that pull there from Duncan. I really like that play. It was definitely, for me, the walls that were causing INTZ an issue there, and Matthias was trying to cycle his super to get the bear, to get the gadget stun on the defenses there, to be able to walk the ball in or just make a play to ensure a goal was met. It wasn't quite enough, so Marcel being on his own, massive credit to the guy to be able to try and make such a valiant attempt on goal all alone there.
Yeah, you use that super too often and you don't have it when you need it most, but you are too hesitant to use it, and then you might miss out on a chance to make the goal happen. Matthias playing very aggressively here, but not getting the backup he needs to push this team back. Blue looking very aggressive as they're making their way in, but a beautiful pull from Marcel is going to repel this push. Blue now on the defense with Duncan and Filipino at the left lane, trying their best to deny INTZ the chance to attack, and it looks like they've done a good job, even with a 2-3 deficit in players here. It looks like they're finally going to get the support they need from Emmerich to make their way back in.
A great BB bubble there. Gotta be.
Oh my gosh!
Duncan going in with the takedown as well. This could be devastating for What?
I cannot believe what I just saw. An easy chance to score has been missed by Blue. What a defense from Matthias there. Ark, can you explain what I just witnessed?
I don't know, but I love it. And this is going so back and forth right now. Gotta remember, guys, as well, that Blue are on match point here. So this is why every shot, every hit matters here. Because if a goal goes in, it's going to give them a huge advantage over INTZ here. This is great to see, Woody.
Bruh. I don't even know if there's any way to explain what just happened. Is Blue rubbing salt in the wound? Is that the preeminent BM of the day? Why would they march that close to the goal and not be able to get in? Duncan makes a shot. He follows up. Blue have done it. The one goal that they needed to get the lead. INTZ have only got 45 seconds left to survive.
They've got to make a play. 40 seconds and it's over for them. So this is going to happen now. A pull from Marcel is good. Matthias with the support as well. A return pull from Duncan is good. And they're going to get the ball clear right when it was and the pocket as well. It's going to be very hard to score from this position.
Matthias up on top, sends down the bear. Nita's hyper bear gadget gets used, stunning Emmerich, but not close enough to get the goal in. Matthias tosses it away with a limp attempt to make the equalizer. Blue looking happy to defend for another 10 seconds, tossing it into the corner. Guidu's in a tough spot, grabs the ball, the cross to Marcel. Can he get it in? He shoots! No good! Filipino's defenses hold, and Blue have done it. Champions of LATAM South.
What a day for Blue. Came here as the underdog and absolutely smashed everything in their path. Huge congratulations to them, and definitely one to keep our eye on in the future for me, for sure, because INTZ are a dominant force to be reckoned with.
It is all up to Blue to make the most of this month of showing. Well done to them, moving high up now on the leaderboard. They will claim first place in LATAM South with a dominant performance. Well done to them. Again, you gotta have your hats off to a team that hadn't yet made it to this stage. Then on their very first try, comes out on the top. Less damage dealt in that Brawl Ball match, but that doesn't matter when you got such a strong goal line performance. Congratulations to them. They will be finishing off in the second match today. We're still going to get a chance to watch INTZ face off against B4 Esports, but wow, Blue are going to be the walk-off victors, Ark.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm really, really impressed with everything that I've seen today from them. I cannot wait to see more from them in the future. Congratulations to Blue. Let's hand it over now to Falcone to wrap up those games.
Thank you, Ark and Woody. This is a debut that we are all going to remember. Blue coming in for the very first time and completely smashing the competition. Now, all that's to be determined is who's in second and last place for this region. But first, it's MVP time, and this time, it's going to go to Duncan. In Bounty, his use of Brock's super to destroy the terrain and his accuracy got those eliminations in, and it was all that it took for Blue to take down the first game. Later on, in Heist, as Max, he zipped straight to the enemy safe in the very first game and helped the team annihilate the safe in seconds, earning that victory almost instantly. In Gem Grab, a little later, we saw that sweet Gene gameplay, where he wasn't able to hold on to the gems for the win, but he was able to escort them back to the spawn, where INTZ were unable to get them back. In Brawl Ball, he started with BB, almost managed to score immediately with some very nice positioning at the start of the first game, but later switched to Gene and showed some amazing defense, stopping that last-minute goal from Marcel in Game 2, and then in Game 3, he was responsible for scoring that final goal, which is what secured the match for Blue. It was an incredible performance. Every single member of Blue should be really proud of themselves because, again, as their debut performance, taking down both of the other teams in their group is something they should really be commended for. Here is the bracket for this group. Now we are 2 matches in Blue, finishing up 2-0. They are, as Woody put it so eloquently, the champions of LATAM South, but we still have 1 match to go, as INTZ and B4 Esports are both sitting there on a set score of 1-3 against Blue. It's time to see which of these teams is going to come out ahead and which of these teams will be finishing in last place. INTZ, represented by Matthias, Consti, Guido, and Marcel, up against B4, who we saw earlier on today, Tufa, Luca, Beto, and Eden Ho. So, it is time for a couple of facts about these teams, starting with INTZ. When asked which team will be the hardest to compete with, the entirety of INTZ agreed that actually Clash are the scariest. Well, I guess they've lucked out by dodging their group entirely for these few months. And Clash haven't been anywhere to see recently. Hopefully we'll see them again next time. When asked to say something about their teammates, they all basically took that as an opportunity to say that the whole team is bad, except for Marcel, who simply said, "I'm the best, everyone else are the bots." So there you go, some great team spirit coming in there from INTZ. On the other side though, B4 Esports. When we asked Beto about his teammates, he explained that Luca and Edenho like to make jokes, whereas Tufa and himself are more serious. He also explained that while his teammates all have specific roles that they like to fill in the games, Beto's job is to play whatever is left. Sounds like he's really taking one for the team there. I guess that means he's competent with every brawler? Well, it is almost time to find out the final match of LATAM South to determine which team is coming in second and which team is coming in last. Back to Ark and Woody for the game.
Thank you very much, Falcone, and you are right. We have got one more game in this region coming up shortly. INTZ and B4 Esports. One of them will reclaim their pride. Victory in match number 3 to follow up against back-to-back losses to Blue Esports earlier on. Who's your money on, Ark? Where's the smart money say?
It's going to be super close. For me, INTZ have just been playing. They're kind of warmed up. They're raring to go. And but before Esports did a valiant attempt in their games against Blue, it's going to be close. I don't want to be unbiased here, but I kind of think that INTZ might have this. But the bans are in. INTZ want to get Gale out of the way. We haven't really seen any of Gale today yet so far, either. For me, a bit of a buff needed, perhaps. But Sprout is going to be the ban for before Esports as well.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a throwaway ban. Sometimes when teams are confident that their versatility with a wide range of brawlers is greater than their opponents, they might just ban a brawler that they don't really expect to be using at all. We're going to be starting off on Siege, though, with the map Some Assembly Required between INTZ and B4 Esports. We saw INTZ perform very well at Siege in the last match, so expect to see them back in action again. But before Esports has had a little bit of a break, sometimes having that one match downtime can give you the rest that you need to come back with even greater force in match number 3.
Yeah, really, really valid point there as well. Yeah, INTZ definitely no stranger to Siege and performed very well today in that particular game mode. And one reason for the Gale ban could be that when teams do scrim, they often go in very, very competently with the idea, right, we're going to ban this brawler no matter what, so they can kind of adapt their play style and their strategy around reducing the mechanics of what that new brawler brings to the meta. So that might be the reason for that ban. So every scrim they can say, right, we're banning Gale no matter what, so let's, like, just kind of work with the other mechanics of other brawlers to kind of, put our comp together in that respect.
Well, here we go. Game 1 is now already underway, and it is a doozy. Matthias grabs the first bolt out on the left side against a race with Adinho. It's going to be two Jackies drilling into each other with Marcel to provide a little support for the INTZ team. Over on the right, though, Beto has already grabbed 2 of the bolts that spawned over on that side. Guido unable to contest against a brawler who's got so much heavy-handed damage up in the close range. INTZ going to be falling behind to start off with the first siege bot in the hands of B4 Esports.
Yeah, great start for them, and it's definitely interesting now that we're going to see Jackie for the first time today, having been banned on every instance until now. That is going to mix things up massively for both of these two teams, and we're going to be seeing a lot of aggressive plays and high hit point pushes there with her being on the cards.
Indeed. We only got 4% damage off on that blue Ike, but without much of a commitment to the push, B4 Esports is well positioned to hold court in the middle of the map. They're already tied up now in the bolt score, and they're looking to get another one here. Beto in a lot of trouble over the right side, though, squished by Marcel and Guido. That's a good opportunity for INTZ to finally pick up a few more bolts and maybe get this second bot. What do you think?
Yeah, a bit of help from the bot there to take down on B2, and definitely helped them a lot in terms of securing that level 5 bot, which is now going to give INTZ a great stance to hold mid-ground control, because it's going to be before Esports are going to be on the back foot after this push is done. Even if they can defend well, they're going to struggle, I think, to get back this mid-control here.
A big hit on the B4 Esports Ike, and that's going to give them a lot to have to push back into. They do have a 2-bolt advantage, but with a team that's already got control of the mid, can they push it back? Yes, they can. Huge kill from Beto and a very beautiful pull from Tufa as well are going to give them control of the middle and a chance to bank up on these bolts. It's all going to be up to INTZ to defend against a massive force that's shortly coming in from B4 Esports.
Yeah, massive credit to B4 Esports for getting this control to bank some of these bolts. I think one bolt was missed, but nevertheless, a level 10 is what they wanted. That is going to cross the threshold to give this bot some more tankiness, some more damage, and they're going to just want to stay alive now for this push, and they've got to get about 40% to ensure this is their game in the bag.
Siege bot is on the Ike, and a little bit of a pull away from that Jackie is not going to be enough to deny the damage that B4 Esports saw. There it is, pushing it down below that 67% mark. B4 Esports has dealt more damage, and with INTZ sitting there with 7 bolts unused, they will be defeated in game number 1.
This is the start that B4 Esports wanted, definitely for sure. For me, I gotta say, Beta, they're doing a great job playing BB and running again that home run star power, which is definitely showing a lot more promise in the competitive meta at the moment than perhaps batting stance. Giving that speed boost, getting more bolts is what is going to give you a bigger, beefier bot, and that's what we saw here.
Move speed is so important, getting to your target on time, especially when you're a melee brawler like BB. So great job picking up that home run star power there for BB. That's going to give the win there for B4 Esports in game number 1. What sort of brawler comp switches can we expect from INTZ to counter this now that they've got a sense for what B4 is going to be playing?
You got to keep Jackie. I mean, if you swap out Jackie, you're going to run into some serious issues because, she can be a very, very good brawler to just kind of go in and break up a clustered team with a team wipe. So, I mean, Ems is a potentially a very good brawler to stop teams getting out of their spawn. So if you're going to consider it, then Ems would be good. But again, Jackie does have a very good counter over Ems by using gadget to get close proximity. If you haven't got your gadget to repel that push, you're going to struggle with that interaction and might find yourself needing to swap lanes there. I think for me, both teams will probably stay with the comp and just try to outplay each other.
Fair enough. I could certainly see Jackie working well alongside him, so if INTZ does go for that risky play, they've already dropped a game here, so we'll see what they go with. Instead, actually, it's going to be Rosa, interestingly enough, backing up this Jackie. That's going to be a lot of damage out in front for INTZ to try to bulk up with, and remember that if Guido's able to get that plant life dropped down and heal up with that gadget, could be a very difficult brick in the wall for B4 Esports to have to bust down. Guido's going to get a few shots off against the Dino over there, but doesn't manage to get the killing blow. Guido's going to take control of the middle now and will get another bolt for INTZ. That should be enough to get the siege bot for the blue team.
Yeah, Dino there just doing very well to keep control, not to feed Guido too much. And I do think that Rosa might struggle under these circumstances with Jackie being able to hide behind those walls and just continue to get damage. And it's going to be this push here where Guido can really make that brawler pick count, popping his super, tanking so much of the shots from the Ike there as well. But a pretty decent first push for INTZ nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a bit of an understatement. Wow, pulling off 37% of that Ike damage with just a 2-bolt bot. That is massive, really, for INTZ. They've got another 2 chances to build a bot up, and even if B4 Esports gets the second one, I think INTZ is going to be well positioned to deliver the final blow on bot number 3. Looks like that is gonna potentially be the story here, as B4 Esports has got that level 6 siege bot coming in now. INTZ with 3 bolts to B4 Esports' 2 as we finish off this second stage of the game.
Yeah, this is where B4 Esports really need to capitalize on their circumstances here and just try to get as much value as possible, not feed Marcel super. But this spot is going to be going down pretty quick, and now B4 Esports really to hold this mid control, stop Guido from pushing up and bank as many bolts as they can before
taking down Marcel. Toothless gets a huge hit in there. A great super from Dino is just not enough to finish off Guido. Well done to Guido, taking control of the mid, and that's going to be almost guaranteed the 4th siege bot for INTZ. Well done to them. That superpower is just so hard to get through. Massive shield from Guido is going to build up to the level 9 siege bot for INTZ, guaranteeing victory for them.
Absolutely changed the outcome of this game, hugely so, because so many bolts were banked by that one play alone. And yeah, the Rosa pick for INTZ, a really, really good thing to do under the space to get a point on the lead on this particular round, drawing things up nicely then for them.
A decisive win for INTZ Esports, pulling back against that first game loss to B4 Esports. Looks like both teams are rip-roaring ready to go. Have already picked their brawlers. They're going to be launching in to the tiebreaker round now. And guess what, Ark? We've got a brawler swap up from B4 Esports. They're bringing in the big guns. Frank, my man, is swinging his hammer.
They changed protocols very, very quickly there. They knew exactly what they wanted to try to do. And it's very kind of peculiar because INTZ dropped the Rosa pick, but I guess that's part of their strategy is to make B4 Esports think that they're going to continue that approach. They haven't. They swapped the Sandy, and already a tie, but a great amount of control. And it's a 3 versus 2 right now for INTZ.
Yeah, a tie on that bolt score, but INTZ has got control of the mid decisively here now, and it's another opportunity for them to try to build it up even bigger. Nice cancellation there from Marcel, using his gadget to deny Adino the use of his super there. That's going to be another big hit for INTZ going into the second stage of this match with a massive bolt advantage.
Interaction with the 2 Gene pulls there, as one was pulling the Jackie whilst the Gene then pulled the Gene, and it just kind of made B2 go in a very odd direction. I haven't seen that for a while, but yeah, I mean, 9 bolts is actually quite close though. It could even be another tied round. We're gonna have to wait and see how things unfold here. Down though goes Adino, which could be a really big difference to this outcome here, as I think he was banking a bolt at the time. It's gonna be a level 11 push then for INTZ, but if this can be defended
before we see
in the back,
are they going to commit to this push, or do they play safe in the mid?
This is the thing. If they play safe, they're going to have to get every bolt and still take a level 9 push pretty much. But they're going to probably go in here, and they are going to do a lot of damage going in. Got to be said, it's not enough.
That seemed like a big strategic error to me. INTZ was a bit too hesitant, and then when they finally decided to make that push happen, B4 Esports was primed and ready to shut them down. I feel like they should have charged in a bit sooner or just not committed at all to the push to try to hold control of the mid. The way that they handled that seems to give B4 Esports the prime opportunity the counterattack now with 12 bolts, 13 bolts, stacking up as much as they can. They're going to wait for that siege bot to spawn and make the push of their careers.
At level 13, yeah, it's going to be tricky, and it and a pull from ourselves. Well, it would give them even more confidence and momentum here. It's just Guido on his own, who's sucked in by Jackie. This is surely going to be around for before Esports and a set as this damage is going in. Is it going to be enough though?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's done. B4 Esports wallops the Ike down to 26%, enough to claim victory in game number 3. The upstart team not looking to let INTZ get an early lead in this match. Our first place team in LATAM South struggling to contend with these new forces to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think it came down for me that game to exactly what you said, Woody. It was a decision that had to be made prior to that push, whether they were going to go all in or just let the bot do its thing. I think they would have definitely served better to go with the latter and to stay more defensive and to try to hold that mid control. And defending a 9-bolt push is definitely for me the more favored of things to defend. But prior to that push even happening, we do see teams in voice chat discussing the prospect of do we try to intentionally get the bolts to be tied in this instance and try to take our chances with a third and final round of play. But nevertheless, I think maybe a bit of something to consider for future there from INTZ.
Well, it's a really tricky setup because not only do you have to focus on whether or not you can be committing to this attack, but you have to be analyzing the shape of your opponent's setup in defense of your anticipated attack as well. So you gotta get that late call from the INTZ team trying to analyze whether or not it's safe to make the play there. They made that call a bit too late, and B4 Esports was primed and ready to shut it down. The trap had already been laid, and with that, B4 Esports claiming the first set will be marching with the lead into set number 2.
Yeah, but we're going into double swoosh gem grab, and it's got to be noted that against Blue, INTZ did perform very well in gem grab. They've already shown us the Rosa card pick, so that might be on the cards again here. Double swoosh is the ideal map to bring in a Rosa for that aggression, that kind of assertiveness over the map, and being able to generate your bush to kind of cause this huge semicircle of area that could be at your disposal. You're going to need to have like a bow or a gene with some splash to be able to really spot where that Rosa could be lurking there. So I'm keen to see now what INTZ do, knowing that gem grab is a map which they do like. We've seen it today already.
Well, yeah, having recently lost to Blue Esports in that bounty map, I think that they definitely learned the value of bush coverage. If there was any doubt in their minds, I think that they know how to make great use of it as well on their own. So it's going to be up to them to try to even the score here now in set number 2. If they don't wind up running Rosa, other brawlers that I'm looking forward to in this gym grab map are going to be once again Gene, a brawler who can completely turn the tide of an entire game if he gets a pull at the right spot. I expect actually both teams to be running Gene. We do see him down here on the side for INTZ alongside Sandy and Bo. Haven't quite seen the full setup from B4 Esports, but it looks like Gene will also have Sandy and Bo on the other side to face off with.
Yep, strong brawler comp. I'm surprised that there's no Ems, because Ems can be very, very good here. But if you do lose that positioning and you do find a brawler getting too close, it can be problematic. You have 2 gadgets, so therefore, it can be difficult to defend. But nonetheless, I mean, these are good brawler picks and what we tend to expect from this kind of map.
We do sometimes see Mr. P as another brawler who comes out here. If you pick Mr. P's handle with care, you can get a little bit of kind of fake vision into the enemy range by popping his briefcases a little bit further than usual. But it looks like they are going to be playing a bit more ABC Brawl Stars, very standard by the book gameplay here with a relatively even set score so far. B4 Esports with 4 gems and INTZ with 3. It's all about getting that crucial kill. A beautiful pull from Marcel will give INTZ the chance to pull ahead now. Can they capitalize on this power play?
Interesting choice from Marcel there to take down the Sandy as opposed to for carrying all those gems. But wants to win side with Greedy there to try to assert some authority, but are actually pushed back. Ironically, it wasn't quite enough for them to assert that authority. And now Greedy's going to be looking to get some mines to stop Tufa hiding behind this wall. But one more gem in the bag for B4 Esports, and they're going to be on countdown here.
This is a nightmare scenario for INTZ up against a team that's picked all 10, and they don't have any way of pushing the firepower up against their opponents. Aiming his super, but not finding a chance to use it. Marcel will continue pushing up, fires away again, and that means he's not going to be able to be topped off for this final attack. He's taken down, and with that, B4 Esports will hold on to their crown. All 10 gems on their side, and a couple more to gather at the end. Well done to them in the first game.
Some really nice plays that I noticed in those the countdown moments there from Dinho, using the bow gadget to sort of tank in the event that the Gene would try to make the pull. They wouldn't be able to pull any of the gem holders in that instance there, and actually went for a more aggressive pull themselves, getting the takedown as well to ensure that countdown was always going to be in their favor.
Tufa basically untouched on that defense. B4 Esports playing very well, hiding behind those obstacles and making sure that their opponents never even had sight, any vision at all to get their hits off on the gem carrier there. B4 Esports dominant in the late stage of that game. Can INTZ get the turnaround here? Are we expecting a mirror match again? Yes, we are. If you were, then you've got sight better than I do. Foresight better than I do anyways. And looks like it's going to be a mirror again here. Art, what are we looking at?
Well, Root Sands is a great star power for me for both Sandys that is being ran, because when you do have players inside that radius, they will be taking damage, and therefore if they are hiding in the bushes, they will be noticeable to the teams there. So I do like that star power over the choice of healing wins. Guido and is going to be looking to get the mines straight off the bat there on those bushes, and after that first bit of bushes down, he'll be looking to get down these walls that are just they're comfortably defending TV. Oh! The ball just out of reach there for Marcel, but a valiant attempt nonetheless.
Almost gets the job done. That would have been a great lead into the middle stage of this game, but still INTZ have got an impressive lead early on here. Marcel grabbing all those gems and sidestepping these bow mines set up over here. It's Guido going down now, and that's going to be a chance for B4 Esports to reclaim control of the center here. Mathai is doing his best to defend over on the right side, and it looks like he will be able to pull off the upset. Sets up his super.
Not enough! Oh no, it is enough to pick up, but Adino trying to take those 2 gems aside, can't manage it. This could be devastating for B4 Esports. Great work from Marcel.
Marcel with his magic puffs, and Matthias using that rude sands to deny access to B4 Esports, hiding away in the bushes in the deep sandstorm and dealing damage as they march on through. B4 Esports are without a hope. This exodus from destruction cannot be verified. I don't know what to say there. INTZ picking up victory in game number 2 and evening the score.
Evening the score and making things very, very interesting now, because if B4 Esports can sort of recollect themselves here, they'll go 2 up in sets if they win this next game. But if INTZ get the next game in the bag, we're going to be tied sets, and just goes to show just how closely these 2 teams are matched up here.
Very tight gameplay, and once again, we're going to get a privilege to watch them again. INTZ and B4 Esports tied up in set number 2, looking to play relatively similar brawler comps both times. They're not making the sort of swaps that we saw with the blue matches earlier on today. It kind of signals to me that each team thinks that they're the better team and just needs to outplay, outsmart, outposition their opponents. There's no mine carts on these maps, so there's no RNG factor involved. It's just purely predictive power and aiming precision that will pull ahead for one or the other.
I've got a question, like Jackie. It's coming to my mind. Why not change out for a Jackie? Why not pop your gadget, go straight on the aggressive and force back a lot of dominance and assertiveness? You could actually place yourself behind that wall, which both Genes are using to protect themselves from being pulled, and just run riot. I mean, I do think that a brawler change up here could be a good time to do it and take your opposition by surprise, because we've seen both teams saying, I'm pretty comfortable with this comp. We like this comp. It could be a good time to just kind of make something of a daring choice in that respect.
Yeah, I guess if you do want to make a swap, Jackie could be a brawler to make use of that obstacle layout on this map. Just the problem I see is that once she's out of the bushes, she's going to be the prime target for everyone on the opposing team. And if they're able to respond and reshape their approach at holding control of the mid, they'll all be in range of a Jackie. That'd make it a bit difficult, I think, for her to get the value that she would need to justify that swap. And I'm not even really sure, would you swap out Bo for Jackie? Because then you're losing a lot of your vision. Would you swap out
Sandy? Yeah, I personally would. Yeah, I would swap out Sandy personally, but they're going to go with the same comp, mirror comp, Jean, Bo, and Sandy. And, it's going to come down to really whichever of these two teams is able to outplay the other. And Jean pull here and there on the right person, it's definitely going to go a long way.
All right, big advantage for INTZ in the early game, grabbing all 4 of the gems that have spawned so far. That 5th one waiting for a team to get bold enough to make the play. A big hit from Beto out on the left side takes down Guido, and that's going to be a big advantage for B4 Esports, backing it up with another pull from Tufa. Can Marcel survive? No, he can't. B4 Esports with the coup of the set so far, grabbing all 5 gems that were in the hands of INTZ.
Great play from Beto there and Tufa working hand in hand to just get Marcel into a really tight position where he had literally nowhere to go there. And really great assertiveness of authority there by Before Esports. And Grace of Gadget, Beto surviving there, able to hold lane. I love what I'm seeing right now from Before Esports.
And taking down Guido as well. B4 Esports are looking really strong right now. All 8 gems out of the 10 that they need to get this countdown started are firmly in the grasp of Tufa. He's playing extremely well on defense up here, staying just out of range of Guido and looking for his next chance to get another epic pull in here. If he gets a pull on Marcel, it's going to be all over.
Yeah, this is the thing now. Tufa looking to get body blocked nicely so there by Eddie.
Marcel stunned.
Yeah, can't do anything about this push now, which is going to be a great push. Now it's just Marcel on his own. What can he do? He's going to pull. This is why Bo is a great brawler choice. Because placing that gadget there means that Jean is going to pull the totem instead of a brawler, and that's what we saw, giving Before Esports then a dominating lead over INTZ in terms of sets 2-2. 2-0.
That is just the ultimate admission that the game is over. When you're running a Jean and you pull your opponent's totem instead of their gem carrier, there's kind of nothing you can do but kind of sit back there and say, well, all the cards are in their hands. I'm out of luck. We just got to start thinking about set number 3 now.
Yeah, everyone loves to try it, right? What can you really do under those circumstances? 29 gems to 23 then in favor of Before Esports. 5 more kills as well, and kills do obviously make a big difference in this particular game mode, giving your team more control over the mid and that kind of thing. And that's what we saw from Before Esports, was more of those takedowns led to more gems in the pocket, which led to more countdowns, and they got the victories in that respect.
All right, we are gearing up for set number 3. This was the first time that INTZ put up a big fight against Blue Esports in the previous match. Can they do the same in this final one, which might be the match point for them against a B4 Esports team that has been kind of neck and neck, but always pulling the cord out a bit sooner, grabbing those gems and backing off in time. We're going to be seeing a pit stop map now for heist game mode. Whoever deals more damage to the safe is going to win. What do the cards have in store for us here, Ark?
The thing for me is here with this particular kind of rotation is actually in favor of INTZ. If they can kind of just be able to get through this next set and establish that control over the game mode and make it to bounty, then they can. We've already seen today INTZ are very passive when it comes to bounty. They understand like just how much they need to be cautious in that respect. So they could be able to claw this back here if they're not overly too aggressive and are able to get that good balance between being assertive and aggressive over being defensive in that respect. Yeah.
Well, Woke Bay, Ems is going to be storming in for some action here. Your favorite brawler, Ark. Matthias is going to be piloting Ems into the center of this arena, doing his best to try to take out Beto or Tufa, but not landing very many shots so far. That range just not good enough to get the hits off. Now caught in a poison cloud. INTZ Matthias has been eliminated, and Tufa will find a chance to throw a few of those bottles at the enemy safe. Doesn't land any hits, though. Kind of a little bit underwhelming performance from B4 Esports, expecting them to follow up, but not much in their hands.
Yeah, no follow-up, but Tufa definitely getting a lot of value from that Barley pick, and you know, that was what we saw there, was him able to get his teammates to that position to do some damage, but they didn't go for it. And we are seeing a little bit of a base race here, not too much, a few hits from Beto, but before Esports as well there, and you know, it's definitely before Esports that are getting themselves in a good position, but in terms of damage, not much difference there.
Yeah, just about even from both of these teams. They are each getting a little chance to pick away at a few shots here. I got to say that in terms of the Brawler versus Brawler matchup, B4 Esports seems pretty far ahead to me, just playing a bit more cautiously than INTZ was, not really willing to commit to that last push. But here we go. Beto charging in, finds a chance to swing the bat. Is he going to get the hits off on the safe? No, instead he's waiting to try to fire away at Marcel, hiding in the bushes, gets the kill, and that's going to be an open goal for him to fire away at.
Great play from Beta. I mean, good, very, very patient play there to retain that batting stance shield, that protective shield from his star power there to get into a spot where he could absolutely capitalize and cancel out that Rico super. Really nice play there, and got a couple of swipes off on the safe to reward him there for his patience.
Yeah, when you're that close to the enemy safe and you can deal so much damage, time is on your side. You're happy to let them play defense as long as you're stalking for your chance to get that killer blow. Gadget from Marcel there is going to repel Beto just a little bit there, but he still is hurting a bit. He needs some more damage to be able to finish him off. He's going to be retreating into the corner there, and that's going to be an opportunity for INTZ to finish him off. Last chance for B4 Esports to get some more damage in before they're going to have to play defense now, and it looks like that's going to be enough to claim victory. Guidu fires away his last super. One final shot, stabbing at the heart of the B4 base, but not good enough. INTZ have been wiped off. B4 Esports take game number 1.
Yeah, INTZ just left it a little bit too late towards the end of that game, and Guido was in a great spot to get some good damage, but it just wasn't, it was just a bit too little too late, and before Esports on that right side getting a really, really gnarly Rico super onto the safe for that last shred of damage and giving them the advantage, and now INTZ have got to bring out all the stops if they're going to stay in this thing now.
Well, it's going to be a tough run for INTZ. Their back's up against the wall, 0-2 in the set score, and having dropped the first game of this heist set, I think that they've got to play a lot more aggressive. Stop trying to win these defenses against a B4 Esports team that has been, you know, applying suppressing fire against them so many times. I want to see Anita. I want to see a Daryl. I want to maybe even see a Bull roll in there and squash these bugs like they are if you want to have any chance at all at victory.
Oh, I could not agree with you, Wordy, but I can't do an American accent. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, though. INTZ need to be more aggressive, and those brawlers would have been perfect, but they haven't changed to any of them. They're staying firm with their pick, and I think the M's pick here is a good pick, but could be shut down quite easily if before Esports can either use their range with the Barley or the BB to close that range. They're going to get the shutdown on that M's, and that would have been the brawler that I would have changed to either Daryl or Anita.
Adino will not be denied, charging in now with more shots on enemy brawlers. He is just killing them left and right, Ark. I don't see any way to get B4 Esports off the safe in a short amount of time. INTZ Marcel been eliminated now by another swing from BB. Beto's batting stance has just been so heavy-handed in dealing these massive blows. Finally, we're going to see INTZ return fire now. Guidu throwing a few bottles over on the safe, but forced back now to engage in this little tit-for-tat against the brawlers. Again, not enough to pull ahead in the damage score overall.
Yeah, Guido getting some great value there and just looking to stay alive, and did so pretty well, and using his gadget to try to deter the BB incoming here. But again, still, before Esports do have what seems like a pretty good stronghold over INTZ, and now we're back to that same position here where INTZ do need to get these kills secured, which they are doing so, giving them maybe a chance here to get some more damage made.
All right, they're still behind in safe damage, but they do have a good opportunity here and now. A lot of kills against their opponents, but not able to eliminate Adino at the left side. That means that Matthias is not able to advance just yet. Finally finding a little bit more damage with that super there, but at a low hit point overall himself. Not able to push into Beto, playing defense so well over on the right side, juking left and right. You can't seem to hit him. And with that damage lead, B4 Esports is now falling a little bit behind. That last super from Guidu might give them the edge that they need to get victory here, Ark.
Yeah, it's a really, really small, narrow margin, but at the moment, if things stay the same, it is going to be...
Whoa, that super from Marcel is deadly!
It's so deadly, it's going to mean that it's going to be a great opportunity. But look at the damage that went down, though, on the INTZ. Safe now as before. Esports in a great position here to take this win.
INTZ needs more damage than they need it now. The super from Guido is not going to be able to connect. No more damage on that save. And B4 Esports have done it. The sweep against INTZ. A 3-0 set score. And the Kings of LATAM South have been dethroned. Awesome job today to our newcomers, Blue and B4 Esports, moving up on the leaderboard and claiming the bigger shares of that LATAM South prize pool.
Oh, Guido is going to be feeling that super, just not quite reaching the safe, and those final shreds of damage that were placed on the INTC safe definitely came at the best time possible for before Esports, who are victorious today. So congratulations to them. A tough day for INTZ. But here we see the stats as well. 23 kills over 17 for before Esports from INTZ, and just a ton more hit points made on the safe in terms of damage.
Congratulations to our 3 qualifying teams from LATAM South today, INTZ, B4 Esports, and Blue Esports. The point totals are now scored up on the board, and we're going to send it over to Falcone to cue us out.
What a performance from B4 Esports. Yes, maybe they weren't able to take the first place spot in this group, but taking down INTZ, who up until now have had such a consistent performance, is something B4 should be praised for. And speaking of praising players, our MVP for this match is going to be Tufa. Now, it feels like we are regularly rewarding MVP to Gene players this weekend, and maybe that's with good reason. In Gem Grab, Tufa was able to keep at a very nice distance from the other team, staying alive whilst chipping away the damage, and also carrying all of the gems to safety. Gene and Gem Grab is particularly useful because when they can hit those pulls, as Tufa often did, Gene can just steal all of the gems immediately from the carrier on the other team. As Barley in Heist, his throwables were so good at locking down the battlefield and really slowing down those pushes from INTZ. He was able to hit the enemy safe with several attacks over the wall, guaranteeing that B4 take that victory against INTZ. Honestly, again, the whole of B4 should be commended for their fantastic performances. These have been some exciting games already this weekend and already today. But that is only one group finished with. Let's take a look at the bracket just to remind ourselves and to confirm what this looks like now, with Blue sitting up on top with a 2-0 match score, B4 taking down INTZ and securing that second place spot, and INTZ sadly coming in last place for LATAM South. But what does that mean? What does that mean for the players? Well, I think it is time to talk prize money, as Blue are taking home $9,000, B4 are going to be taking home $2,000, and INTZ, unfortunately for them, only taking home $1,250, but still, that's not the worst little paycheck to be taking home for a nice weekend of playing Brawl Stars. But prize money is only one thing. Points is the other thing. For Global Finals, INTZ still sitting on top right now with 140. That is a significant lead. But coming out of nowhere, B4 Esports sitting there with 60 points. And I'm sure we're going to see Blue in a little bit as well. This could be blown wide open. There is definitely the possibility the things are going to shake up. Yeah, Blue, they're sitting with 50 points. If Blue and B4 can continue to qualify and continue to do as well as they have done in this month's finals, INTZ, the current leaders of this leaderboard, could be taken down. But alas, that is LATAM South done with. We are moving on to our final group of the weekend. And the first match is going to be Tempo Storm versus IX Circles. Tempo Storm made up of OG, Alec, and Bobby up against IX Circles, second best, Slash, Chepo, and Tuni. And of course, as usual, it's time to find out a couple of interesting facts from the teams, written by the teams themselves. Formerly IX Gaming, These players were recently picked up by Tempo Storm, a name that a lot of esports fans out there should recognize. Bobby is a big fan of Gene. He really likes Gene. His role within the team is auto-aiming with Gene. His favorite brawler is Gene. His strategy in the qualifier is to play Gene as often as possible. Well, I mean, after yesterday and today's performances with Gene, I can honestly see why. I'm looking forward to seeing some more great Gene gameplay in the next match. Moving on to the other team, we have got IX Circles. Second best, Slash, Tuny, and Chepo. Slash's favorite hobby is making montages of his teammates' fails. Chepo's role on the team is making plays that make you go, wow! Second best strategy in the qualifier was to be the best and not listen to anything his teammates say. That is some crazy confidence coming from second best. Will it work out against the enemy team? It is time to find out with Ark and Woody.
Thank you very much, Falcone, and I cannot wait. Now we are into the NA side of things, and Woody, have you got your NA vibes pants on?
My what pants on?
Your NA vibes pants, Woody.
My NA Vibes pants? Why, yes, I am wearing my NA Vibes pants. I'm excited for this first match in particular because IX Gaming, a team that has been competing for a long time in the North American region, is now rebranded as Tempo Storm, and they'll be facing off against their former teammates IX Circles. We actually saw one of the most interesting regional matches in North America last month around, where we had kind of a three-way tie situation that revolved back and forth until we finally got a victor. But that was due in part because these two teams were so evenly matched. Tempo Storm and IX Circles will now be facing off in Backyard Bowl to start things off. The first set is going to be Brawl Ball, Ark.
Yeah, and interesting bans as well. B, we don't often see being banned too frequently, although we do get a good pick rate and a win rate with that particular brawler. But I think these maps in general, as the bans do govern all 5 sets, do kind of warrant B being one of the ideal brawlers to actually ban under these circumstances. So some of that range, definitely in those later stages of Brawl Ball to be considered there, are going to be out of the mix here.
Yeah, and, excited to see what these two teams bring. I think that they are pretty well known for actually being some of the more inventive squads in the Brawl Stars Championship, bringing brawler comps that we might have not necessarily expected. But the fact that they play with each other so much, what sort of dynamic does that bring to bear here?
Yeah, these two teams have got players which have often played on the same teams, and they know each other's play styles and strengths and weaknesses intimately. So that's definitely something to consider here and to take into account that these teams go back a long way. That the players themselves have got a really, really good knowledge of what could be used against each other. So some mind games there potentially as well to be had. So it's going to definitely make for some really exciting and interesting interactions.
All right, well, I'm ready. I've got my pants on. We're all hyped up for this match. Let's go ahead and take a look at some numbers, though, because this match has got a lot on the line. As you know, for the points on the global leaderboard, Tempo Storm is actually ahead right now. They've got 120 points, which puts them in first place in the North American and LATAM North region. But just right at their heels is IX Circles at 70 points. They are in third place right now, just behind Omen Elite, which did not qualify this season. This month rather. The fourth place team, Red Button, is going to be playing up in matches number 2 and 3 for this region today, so keep an eye out for them later on. But Tempo Storm and IX Circles will be the first to fight it out. If past is prelude, as we saw in the LATAM South region, the first place team, which was INTZ there, was falling to the up-and-comers in the region, so we'll see if Tempo Storm is able to buck that trend and keep their heads on straight against two teams that they faced off against many times before, have lost matches to before, but have been, on the whole, more successful in the region.
Yeah, and it's also worth pointing out that the teams that qualified from NA for this month, so we're going to see next month's live stream, all going to be different. Omen League did qualify this month, and we'll see next month. But everyone that's playing today, we're going to be seeing a lot of competition from these teams and a lot of rivalries, because the points that they earn today are going to matter a lot, because they're not going to be competing next month.
Good point to make there. And, you know, the number of months is slowly ticking down. Time is not on your side anymore. If you're trying to qualify for the Worlds in LATAM North, we're only going LATAM North and North America. We're only going to have one team qualify for Worlds. So there's kind of no space for error here, no opportunity to take a loss and, you know, go back to the drawing board. If you're here this month and you know you're not here next month, you got to get the points on there here and now. Tempo Storm playing defense up at the top of the leaderboard has got it. They're the team to beat right now. So we'll see if IX Circles is going to be the squad that gets it done.
Yeah, definitely, and going to be a lot of eyes on Bobby and OG and Alec today. Mirror comp straight off the bat. Bobby going with the Brock pick and OG going with the Piper. Both of those brawlers to me are good choices, but OG actually does quite like to play Brock as well, so they're going to be swapping probably, I imagine, between the two. A quick early takedown there from Bobby on Tooney is going to give a good advantage for them in terms of pushing up on this goal.
All right, they're making their way in. Slash hasn't been able to get that star power set up yet. Healing turret could be really helpful when you're being pressured this much. Bobby's going to drop that super, knocking down two of the boxes right on the goal line there, and as well as several of the boxes a little bit further up. But Daddy Seconds will be able to break out using that. Finally, IX Circles finding a chance to get a kill in here against Bobby, but losing their own Piper. It's going to be relatively even pace now with IX Circles finally breaking out of their own goal. But I got to say, Tempo Storm have done a great job busting down those boxes and have the early game lead.
Yeah, I was about to point out exactly the same thing. So much control and damage being made to those obstacles by Tempo Storm there, and that's going to definitely play a big role in how easy it's going to be to obtain a goal over IX Circles here. But I do like the positioning. The Pam turret by Slash is down, providing some heals to Daddy Second there and Tooney as well. But the takedown is going to put IX Circles in a great position to lead here if they can get this goal here.
Super shot from Bobby, only gets one hit off on Tooney, and he's in a tricky spot now, having to retreat to the protection of Alex. Healing turret over there. On the right side, though, it looks like IX Circles have recognized that this is a dangerous move to push into, not willing to commit to this push just yet. Ball is still going to remain in the possession of Tempo Storm, looking for their next chance to strike. They need to get some hits from Bobby and OG in against their IX Circle opponents, get one of those brawlers down so that they can have the power play necessary to push in hard. Alec is really making a big commitment here, walking behind enemy lines, gets that healing turret set up, and it's getting a ton of damage off. Big distraction here, but no ball carried in by Tempo Storm to follow up. Looks like this is going to be ticking down some more time now as IX Circles are on the counterattack.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not going to make a difference if the ball is not in your pocket to be able to do anything with, and a bit of a risky strategy potentially here from Tempo Storm to pocket the ball to try to gain that ground, because obviously if it doesn't go according to plan, you find yourselves in a position where you could actually concede here, and if the push from IX Circles continues to drive back Tempo Storm into their spawn, it's going to be a matter of time, but they need to get that ball out the corner, or they're maybe just going for the draw here to play on a second time round, Woody.
Yeah, there's potential for that. You got to expect, though, if you're on the Tempo Storm squad, it's all upside from here. You can play really careful defense, and then if you think that you've got an inroad to make the goal happen, you can push back up into IX Circles, but there doesn't really seem very much of an incentive to just only play for the draw here, especially if IX Circles is pushing into your right side corner, trying to get a hold of that ball. There's 26 seconds left in overtime still, and plenty of an opportunity for IX Circles to get the goal. They've moved in and are struggling now against Alec, who's actually been able to push up. OG's going to grab the ball. He's going to cross it over to Bobby. Is that going to be enough to goal? He tosses it up to Alec. Alec gets the ball. He's moving in. Takes a shot. It's in. Alec scores for Tempo Storm.
Incredible from Tempo Storm. The patience that was needed. I mean, that ball was in the corner for a very, very long time to whittle down the clock. But when it mattered, they did not waste any time to get it out of the way. And the passes were quick and fast and accurate. Great early start for Tempo Storm.
Nicely done to them. We'll see if they can keep up the momentum. They've been building for a long time now to try to keep this lead in place. And wow, the patience that they showed that last game is really admirable, showing off a ball sitting on their own side of the map for like over a minute before they finally pick it back up again and send it in at the crucial second. Big commitment too from Tempo Storm, using their super to cross the ball up to the midfield and to send it on up to Alec. Really great teamwork and excellent communication from them. We'll see if they bring it in the second time around against an IX Circles team that got pushed back early on and never seemed to catch a break when they really needed it most.
Oh, my eyes deceiving me. Bobby, you absolute mad lad. Mortis on backyard bowl. I've seen it all. I've seen it all.
I'm looking around and I'm kind of wondering what the play is going to be here, running Mortis up against a team that seemed to struggle to defeat the last comp that you had. What is going on in Bobby's head right here, Ark?
I think, Bobby, time to, make an appointment with your psychologist and just check yourself, young man. But, I mean, I can see the strategy. You're trying to basically bully second best there. Is going to struggle the most. He's used one gadget already. He's got 2 left. But after those gadgets are done, it's going to basically eradicate second best from the mix here. And that's what Bobby's idea is going to be here. But it's a daring move nonetheless. And OG going with the Jackie as well as another Brawl of switch up. Daring plays, and I like it. I've got to say.
Wow, yeah, actually got some great value there in the bottom right corner, taking down Brock and Pam, 2 relatively beefy brawlers, especially when they've got a healing turret up to set them up. Bobby's going to get that next gadget out from Daddy Second's arsenal, and this is a good opportunity now for Tempo Storm to strike and get the goal. Can they knock down these enemy brawlers? They need to get that brawler advantage if they want to get the win. Get a kill against Daddy Second. Bobby with another chance to move it in. Can he get the pass over to Alec?
I'm loving what I'm seeing from the Mortis pick, and Whitey in the Twitch chat is a very proud dad to see this going down, because we don't often see Mortis being played competitive, but the pressure is on because Mortis actually, ironically enough, does have 100% success rate so far in competitive. So Bobby now has got a big weight on his shoulders to maintain those stats here, but I've got to say, great positioning so far from Temper Storm, and OG, if he's got gadget, might be looking for a run into the goal here.
And this seems to me that Tempo Storm is really relying on an overtime win. They don't have any brawlers that can bust down boxes, and they're struggling to get that team kill that they're looking for. Bobby with a huge hit, though, gets several slices in, and that could be it. OG scores! Tempo Storm with the first and possibly only goal of this game, looking to claim this set with a walkaway victory over IX Circles, keeping that 100% win rate for Mortis.
He who dares wins. We said this time and time again, and changing up brawler comps and keeping things just almost randomized in that respect does go a long way. And what a time to do it! I mean, I would have absolutely seen there be no reason not to mirror comp. Still, it was a very, very strong comp. Pam, Brock, Piper is a great choice on this particular map of Backyard Bowl, but Mortis and Jackie just annihilated the competition there, and not actually, ironically enough, the kills are identical, but it made such a difference to the outcome.
Well, it's just as Julius Caesar said, Vortis Vitis Omnia, Mortis conquers all. Tempo Storm, the winners of this first set of Brawl Ball over their former teammates in IX Circles. We're going to be going into set number 2 shortly, and I'm hoping to see just as much in terms of interesting brawler picks, to say the least, from our Tempo Storm friends here. Tempo Storm as an organization is well known in Hearthstone as well for being able to make picks that can surprise their opponents, catch them off guard, shake up the meta in a fun and interesting way. And I'm excited to see that they're keeping pace here in Brawl Stars. We'll be playing in Canal Grande next, a bounty map where it's all about getting those kills early on. Grabbing that star to begin with, Tooney is going to give the lead for IX Circles.
Yeah, similar comp, and Sprout being banned is definitely going to change the dynamic of the way that we see Canal Grande being played out today for sure. But yeah, for me, this is the ideal pick, and OG and Tooney definitely going to be looking to get the right timings of their speed boost in their gadget to be able to go on the aggressive here. For the moment, though, the star was gained off the outset by IX Circles, and they're going to be looking to not give away more stars in terms of kills here, but a great pinch off. Early pressure. OG actually goes down there. And not a great start for Temper Storm.
Yeah, awesome job to slash, but unfortunately he gets taken out right afterwards. Daddy Second getting an epic kill to pull ahead now for IX Circles. And another one! Alec goes down. No use. Tooney has been able to get another kill, and IX Circles are now far, far ahead. On the retreat now, Tooney is going to just barely evade the last shot there from Bobby, and it's going to be a team up over on Alec on the right side, retreating now with use of that super, busting down some of the barriers there. But IX Circles have got a great lead in this bounty set.
My goodness, Tooney just clinged on for dear life there and forcing Alex to the left side lane as he was going to struggle otherwise. I do like the way that Tooney is playing Jackie very aggressively and definitely showing good signs of knowing his positioning and where to capitalize here. And IX Circles here for me looking very strong, and Temperstorm have got a lot to do in the next 30 seconds to be able to pick up their pace.
Yeah, you really got to see OG sweep around to the backside and get the sandwich move on this IX Circles team, but it's not going to be very likely to happen. If Daddy Second can get the kill, knocks another one down, and that is a massive star point lead for IX Circles. Seems like there's no way for Temperstorm to catch up at this point. With the timer running down, IX Circles will retreat and with a smile on their face, claim victory, cashing that out at the bank.
Wow, dominating performance then from IX Circles, and Bounty definitely seems to be a favorable game mode for them at the moment. And kind of us now, like, what are Temperstorm going to do to return this? I mean, I'm just putting it out there, Woody. My money would be, I think Mortis would be a pretty solid choice of pick here. You know, wow, I'm just
You think so? Can Mortis work as well on Bounty as he did in Brawl Ball last game?
It would be a daring move, but I mean, at the early stages on Canal Grinder, those bushes do provide a nice amount of cover.
There's no way you're picking Mortis over Jackie. Come on.
I know. Rosal could be good to combine the bush in the middle, but it'll be interesting to see what Brawler picks do change, if any, actually, in the next game.
All right, we're going to see Ems being played here by Alec on the bottom. Ems running in. Great mid-range brawler who can get a lot of splash damage if the enemy team stacks up. So that's going to be the order of the day for Temperstorm, trying to get this IX Circles team out of position. They've been stacking up together pretty frequently in the last game, and they're going to have to spread out a lot more this time if they want to be able to emerge victorious yet again.
Really like what I'm seeing from Alec. I like the choice of going with Ems and just herding IX Circles back into spawn to allow Bobby and OG to do their thing. We know that Bobby likes to play Gene, and there's the pull of Tooney.
Wow, Tooney's going to escape. Great job there. Bobby kind of forced into an awkward spot. Can't walk into that incendiary or he's going to die. It's going to be a chance to get the first kill. Can OG get it? Fire and Rose rockets away at Daddy Second and Tooney. A big pull from Bobby, but Slash is going to jump away using that gadget once again. Kill from Alec over on the right side, though. I wasn't even watching. What happened over there, Ark?
I think Bobby went for the pull and Slash, and I think he connected with the terrain of the map prior to the actual person, but prior to hitting Slash. So 2 shots got hit off on Slash and not 3 there. But Bobby showing the good signs of hitting his pulls, though. Consistency here is very important, and those... Here we go, he gets the takedown this time.
Bobby is on fire, getting great pulls all the time, day and night on that left side, grabbing those shots off, and now finally rewarded for the kill. Alec to back him up with another shot. Temperstorm have really turned this set around and are dominant in game number 2 off the back of Alec with 2 kills so far in this game.
Yeah, like I said, the Ems pick for me has done absolute favors for Temperstorm, but it's got to be noted that 2 kills is only what's separate.
Oh!
This, but not anymore of a pull like that from Bobby, extending the lead for Temperstorm, 8 stars to 1. This looks like it's going to be a wrap for IX Circles this time around.
The Clutch King Bobby puts another nail in the coffin, grabbing Tooney, pulling him over there and finishing him off. Nicely done to Temperstorm in game number 2, picking up a lot of those stars early on and forcing IX Circles into a really awkward position where they played much too aggressively to be justified. Bobby with pulls left and right, and Alec dishing out more damage than I think we've seen from any brawler in a bounty mode for a long time. Congratulations to Temperstorm, evening the score.
Yeah, definitely those change-ups in the comp doing a lot of favors for Temperstorm, and that's what I like to see. I like to see a team which are able to kind of like reassess and not get too comfortable here. So if IX Circles can maybe rethink through how to approach that and kind of, you know, how likely it is that Alec is going to stick to playing Ems. I think he'll probably stick to playing Ems, so it might be worth thinking a little bit ahead in that respect. But they did win the first game. They are showing signs of being very accurate with their shots, and that could then come back full circle, no pun intended, to give them the victory on this next game.
Well, it's Slambulance now for Temperstorm. They're running both Jackie and BB with Poco to back it up. Wow, Tooney making a very daring charge in here, going straight for OG, who's got his super charged up, uses it to stay alive. Bobby gets another shot off, but goes down to Slash's super. That's going to be a lead for IX Circles, 4 to 2 stars, and Alec is in a tricky spot. Can he retreat with so much firepower face right at him? Daddy Second takes the shot and finishes off Poco. That's a big lead for IX Circles, Ark.
A great start for IX Circles. Now, I gotta say, I love that approach of just going super aggressive early on. Toonie popping Gadget to get and close that distance on OG, giving IX Circles a great positioning here to go on the passive, to go on the defensive, and just continue to cycle in these stars here.
Hats off to him. Tempo Storm are going to be in a tricky spot now, doing their best to catch back up. But Alec, man, is he overcommitting on that push. IX Circles now with a 7-star lead are going to be very difficult to catch up to for Tempo Storm. It's all up to Daddy Second to keep that brick wall in place over on the left side. Bobby doing his hardest to try to sneak through, but not going to have any of it. No dice this time. And Alec 26 with the super is going to get just the one kill he was hoping for. Daddy Second is the crucial target that Tempo Storm have to finish off.
Yeah, if they get that 6 stars in the bank, it will give them 13 stars then.
Oh, Bobby might get it. He takes the kill.
13 to 50, but they still need one more kill.
Daddy, no! Why are you letting yourself open to that sort of an attack? Now, what seemed to be a dominant performance from IX Circles is just a 2-star advantage, and any kill could even the score. Can Tempo Storm make it happen?
It's going to be a close final moment here with Bobby trying to advance upon Slash, who does a defensive super in retaliation, but now no super on the defense.
Oh, the pull from Alec!
You support, this could be a devastating turnaround. 15 stars each. Tempo Storm are being so daring now and have managed to survive a draw. My goodness me, we're doing this all again, Woody.
What a play from Tempo Storm! They were down by 7 stars and made it up in just a short amount of time. They're actually down by 11 stars in the mid-game with 48 seconds left.
Incredible turnaround. We often don't see that happen, by the way, in Bounty, especially on the competitive circuits. Normally what tends to happen is, you know, that massive deficit of score tends to get into your head, and you tend to make even more mistakes until you just basically give up and let the inevitable take its place. And we didn't see that. We saw fight, and I like that from Tempo Storm, giving themselves a second shot at being able to come back here. We are still a tight game here.
The best comeback in any game of the entire day so far. And it didn't even result in a win for Tempo Storm. Still, even set score 1-1 against IX Circles, a team that has been super strong in the early game of each of these rounds so far. Let's see if they're able to back that up with picking up that first star. They're getting cornered over in the top, though. Slash goes down to a nice snipe from Bobby. We're trying to see an equalizer from Toonie. Wow, barely hops out of the way in time. That gadget just saved his life.
Yeah, I like Slash's change to M's, but at the moment, not able to get the value that I know that he wants to achieve, but we'll be able to hold back OG very nicely down that right-hand side, which is why...
Oh, the pull!
The left-hand side pull gets the takedown. 4 stars to Tempo Storm.
IX Circles not playing Gene means that they have got to get a ton of damage out and be able to focus it all on the same brawler. Tempo Storm is just relying on consistent pulls and high damage output from all of their brawlers to be able to get those kills, and it looks like that's working for them so far. Nice turnaround there from Toonie, taking out OG on the right side, but still down 2 stars against a Tempo Storm team that is playing very cool and collected.
Yeah, Alec had the choice to maybe go in to try to finalize that kill on Toonie. I probably would have maybe considered that more so, because now look at this push coming in from IX Circles, pinching back Tempo Storm into their spawn. Shots on Alec, and the takedown from Slash is there, giving IX Circles the lead now with 40 seconds left on the clock.
All right, just a 1-star lead, not a whole lot to be proud of, but it's going to be enough if they can just keep hold of the middle and prevent any kills on the incoming. Nice shot there from OG. Is going to get his super charged up just a little bit more. Takes a shot at Daddy Second, misses. It's going to be all right on this attack. Bobby gets the pull. That's a huge turnaround. Tempo Storm have the lead again.
And a super ready in the bag for Bobby to use again, putting a lot of pressure now on IX Circles to even push, because Bobby can pull you in, and with the support of OG and Alec here.
Oh!
More stars in the bag, but no! Slash gets the kill on Bobby! He's turned the tides in the final seconds! It's gonna go the way of IX Circles! What a turnaround!
And that is why you always leave a note. If you've got that many stars, you can't afford to let your opponents get the drop on you. Really aggressive play, and I gotta hand it for Tempo Storm. It seemed like they were gonna have it, but Bobby holding on to a few too many stars there at the end, just not able to justify those attacks. Got the kill on Toonie, but what's it worth? You pick up 2 more and lose 5? That's a big swing for IX Circles and a well-deserved victory.
Slash absolutely there, coming out on top for his team when it mattered, and putting IX Circles now, in joint sets, and it's a difficult choice. When you're being pushed back in bounty, it does not. You don't want to be in that position. You do not want to be pushed back into your corner, and that was the approach there, was to try to pull Slash. They get the takedown to minimize the risk being a 2 versus 3, and it just came to bite Temperstorm back a little bit. But going to go into the next game mode now, which is going to be Siege. So exciting to see what these teams bring now.
Well, as the Khaleesi told us, that which does not bend shall break. When you've got such a rigid strategy and you can't afford to retreat back a little bit, you're going to take a big hit every now and then. That's what happened to Temperstorm, with IX Circles pulling off their first win of the set in that bounty game mode. In Siege, though, now we've got a similar brawler setup from IX Circles, relying this time on Ems, Jean, and Jackie. High damage output and just enough in-your-face firepower from Toonie there to get that first siege bot.
Alec is going to be looking to probably maybe consider his super here on the bot, but the slowdown gadget from Barley gives him the choice to wait it out a little bit longer to see how much more damage is going to be made. He's going to maybe look to hold on to his super then and use it on a more aggressive stance to push back the center control. If Slash gets pulled, though, it could be very, very difficult for Temperstorm to get position here.
Oh, nice pull by Bobby. Will be able to get one bolt and a kill on Slash. A missed super there from Alec is going to go wasted. Will Toonie be able to follow up and get the kill on Alec? Pulls him in. One more shot, not going to be enough. Needs a second one. Ooh, can't get it off. Slash goes through a few more hits, but can't get the finishing blow. Big advantage for Temperstorm now as the bolts are starting to stack up on their side. A big level 6 siege bot and control of the mid going into the final exchange.
Oh, these pulls from Bobby are right on the cusp of that range, and he's hitting them really, really nicely, supporting Alec. The healing puff star power as well is what kept Alec alive, and he's going to be supering the Ike now to stun it during that pull. It's going to be essential for his survival, actually, and he does survive now because when the bot is pulled, the Ike will target the nearest brawler, but if the Ike is stunned from a Frank super, it's going to not put out any damage output. So a really great timing there on that super by Alec as well.
Yeah, and even though he got a great pull, Slash didn't have the support from his teammates to get the damage in against that siege bot. When they were distracted by Alec out on the left side, that was just another opportunity for the siege back to hum-de-dum-de-dum, march back over to the Ike and get a huge hit on it again, down to 44% now. And with another siege bot coming in, Temperstorm is the clear favorite in Siege.
I want to take that sound sample and put it on my ringtone. That was amazing. But look at this. Another push then for Temperstorm. Great mid control, great assertiveness. I just cannot see what Alex can do here. A great pull from Bobby again on second best, just to rub salt in the wound. Game 1 is going to go the way of Temperstorm.
Destructive power from Temperstorm in game 1 of this Siege set. This has got to be the most dominant performance that we've seen in the North American region of any game so far. Just walloping IX Circles, barely able to get 14% of their own. The Circles team have really got to reconfigure their brawler setup if they want to have a chance at moving back in. Do you expect to see them maybe swapping out their... I don't know, Ems is pretty good here. I feel like it's working pretty well. Is it just... bad gameplay, or was there actually a problem with the brawler comp?
There were no bad gameplay that I saw. I mean, for me, the Frank is a pick which, it's a good time to play Frank by Alec, because they might choose to change it. They haven't. They've kept it going. But that might, they see second best has now gone with Frank. So, it's interesting to see the Frank pick being played early on, because it gives you the choice as to whether you want to maintain it or not. But second best is going to go with that to see how that goes. And it's working out pretty well for IX Circles. You should get this first push as a result of that.
Wow, Daddy's second, just taking so many shots, but still staying alive thanks to those heals from Slash. That's going to be big for IX Circles as they're marching in now with the first siege bot, losing their Jackie to a great pull there from Bobby, but expect to see them still hold on to the middle and maybe even get a few shots in here. Daddy second looking to get some hammer blows in, but not really going to commit to that push. Instead, holding back to get middle control instead.
Yeah, but not a bad start, not a bad outcome. Already 10% on the first push. We've seen many more aggressive outcomes today on smaller pushes. So not a bad start by any means for Temperstorm, who are starting to gain a bit of momentum here. Good super by Alec on Slash. It's going to stop the bolt being banked, and now Temperstorm in a great position. 30-second cancels out the stun and does get the kill on Alec, though, to give a little bit more fight to the side of IX Circles.
It's going to be a big old siege bot marching on in level 6, and 3 more bolts for Temperstorm to almost equalize going into the third and final siege bot coming in. What am I thinking? I can't count the 5. But that siege bot is still making its way toward the Ike and is starting to pummel away. Huge hits from Alex to back up this push, and this might be it.
Gotta say, I love the fact that Alec came back there. I know it seems like it might be something which might come back to haunt them, but not to over, compensate here in Siege is obviously a really important thing to consider. There's not much damage to do, but I do think coming back there to be defensive, to secure the next round is the safer play to make it. Great pull from Bobby as well. It's going to be a great round for Temperstorm here.
Dueling Franks drawing down on the right side of the map. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but Daddy Second and Alec both popped their super at almost the exact same time, but Alex got off just a little bit quicker. That gave him the edge on the right lane to get even more bolts beefed up into this level 10 siege bot. What a wipeout performance from Temperstorm in this third set. There is just no way to even explain what happened with IX Circles there. They just got completely demolished.
Yep, Siege, a great game mode then for Temperstorm, and they're going to be rocking the leaderboard nicely now on 2-1 going into the next game mode then. And IX Circles are definitely going to need to rethink moving in here as to what they're going to do to slow down the aggression that we're seeing from Temperstorm.
Set number 4 will be starting up very shortly. We're going to have another chance for IX Circles to make the comeback happen here, but Temperstorm on a really impressive march, hot off their loss in Bounty. They are not going to take it, on the chin without coming back and punching back even harder. IX Circles on the stat line here, just get it off the program. I can't even bear to see that huge of a victory for Temperstorm. Look, I mean, over double the damage, quadruple the number of kills. That was really Temperstorm's set.
37 bolts to 12. That's a big difference. I mean, a dominant performance from Temperstorm, but Heist is a very, very different game mode. Very much, we could see this game, end in 30 seconds. So it's going to be very, very much a different dynamic moving forwards, and very different brawler picks as well. Very excited to see what these two teams do next.
All right, well, we will be starting off the game. There's going to be some high DPS brawlers coming out for IX Circles. We've got Barley and Brock on the back line. It's going to be a bit more of a bashing attempt playing aggressive brawlers, BB and Daryl for Temperstorm. Instead, they're going to be trying to charge right up into their opponent. Its face, but Tooney's going to get the edge right off to begin with, strikes the safe and gets another few hits over on Alec. Nice job there, peeling 15% hit off on that blue safe.
I was saying Daryl, we haven't really actually seen Daryl played barely at all today. A bit of a safe rush going on now at the moment. It's definitely IX Circles in the lead here with a nice percentage advantage. But got to shout out Tooney there. Great positioning on the Temperstorm safe, wedging the safe between himself and Alec. Meant that Alec had a much more difficult job to defend, and that definitely made a difference there in terms of the damage output of IX Circles.
Yeah, and OG really making the most of that long-range rocket fire. Brock is getting a ton of hits off out of that save, and that could be it right there. Fires away and finishes it off. Congratulations to Temperstorm taking the first game in this Heist series and putting it to a match point.
No signs of slowing down for Temperstorm then, and I think for me the incendiary star power that OG was running gave him so much value on the safe to get those shots on, and Alec as well using Gadget just to get as much damage done as quickly as possible. Temperstorm looking very, very dominant today already.
Yeah, really rapid fire shots there from our friends over at Temperstorm, not willing to let up pressure at all. They took a few swings early on, but it seemed like when IX Circles got that spread out, they lost their ability to repel this heavy-handed hit from both Bobby and Alex running brawlers with really high hit point pools. They were able to just charge in relatively unopposed toward the end there and just finish that safe off super quickly. It's happening again!
Yeah, bit of a rush, bit of an aggressive start for Temperstorm, a bit of a risk leaving Toonie on the safe there, but it does seem like it's not really going in their favor. We're going to see Alec respawning in to sort of recoup some of that deficit, but this is a very, very risky play here by Temperstorm, but it might pay off.
Yeah, not going to pay off for Temperstorm this time. Big hit for IX Circles, finally getting the defensive chops back on. Some shots off from OG, though. We're going to try to get this thing finished off. He's going to sneak around that wall. A big bubble hit coming on in from BB. He's going to get the safe down to single digits. Can he do it? Oh, my goodness, Ark. That's it.
I didn't think they were going to do it. There was so much going against them, but OG with the jukes is going to give the win to Temperstorm.
When it finally seemed like IX Circles had picked up a huge upset victory early on in that exchange, Temperstorm said, no, not that easy. Our safe might be down to 6%, but we've got the long-range firepower from those BB Bubbles and OG Super to finish things off. Temperstorm with the 3-1 set score will take this match home.
Well, he was very patient. He was waiting to get extra value from that BB bubble so that when IX Circles lined up in the center of the map, he would be able to maybe get a second one faster. And what a great, controlled, calculated approach from Temperstorm, who are going to be taking the match today. Let's head over to Falcone now to talk things through and wrap things up for these matches that we just played.
Time to wrap it up indeed, Ark, as Temperstorm certainly wrapped that one up very quickly indeed. What a performance from them. And of course, it is MVP time. And when I'm going to talk about MVP, I'm going to talk about a specific brawler, not just a player. It's Mortis. Mortis has a 100% win rate. Bobby has a 100% win rate while playing Mortis. Coincidence? I think not. In fact, mathematically, doesn't that make Mortis the best brawler in the game and Bobby the best player in the world? I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right? After playing as Mortis, Bobby switched over to Brock, BB, and Gene. And again, we've talked to death about what Gene is about over the course of this weekend. Gene with the incredible ability to... Sorry, just got a bit distracted by those insane Mortis plays there, clearing out the goal and getting that ball right inside of it. But yeah, Gene doing the thing, chipping away at a distance, getting those pulls in, annihilating Slash with Brock there before moving on and playing with BB a little bit later on. And BB does as BB does. BB is beautiful at batting away the opponents from those important points. From the ball, from the goal, all of that kind of thing. And Bobby was devastating throughout this match. Incredible performances all round from Bobby and from Temperstorm. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things stand right now. As we see, that was the LATAM South graphic. We'll have the other one for you in just a few moments. Here you go. Temperstorm sitting on top with a 1-0 victory. 3-1 set score up against IX Circles, who are sitting in last place at the moment, but they're still going to have another game to sort themselves out. But we're going to give them a little break before we move on to the next game, which is going to be Temperstorm, the reigning champions so far of this group, up against Red Button. Temperstorm, still represented by Alec, OG, and Bobby, but Red Button, we're going to see real Canadian, apologies, Asian Kid, Jigsaw, and Toast. So, it is time for some facts about these teams, starting once more with Temperstorm. When asked which teams would be the hardest to compete with, Bobby said he was most concerned about playing against foreign teams, as he doesn't know their playstyle as well. Whereas OG said he's afraid of the teams that don't pick Dynamite. Okay. Bobby has plenty of esports experience. When he was 14, he was top 10 in the world at some sports games, but he was too young to play them competitively. It must be nice to have that much talent. This is Bobby's real chance to stand out as a pro player, and stand out he is. Let's move on to Red Button. I believe this is their first appearance in a monthly finals. Real Canadian's role on the team is to calm down his teammates when they get mad. It's quite wholesome, actually. Toast's role is to shoot walls. No, you're not going to build up your super that way, buddy. And Jigsaw says his strategy for the qualifier is to run 3 tanks in every single game. Oh, way to give the game away, buddy. Well, 3 tanks in every single game. That is going to be an interesting strategy. Are they really going to go ahead with that? Well, Ark, Woody, what do you think?
Oh, that's a great question, Falcone. Only time will tell. We've got a new team on the stacks ready to show us what they got. Red Button up against Tempo Storm will be the next one. Tempo Storm having just picked up the win, though. You got to feel like that's going to give them some energy pushing forward, right, Ark?
Yeah, it comes storming onto the scene the way they have today, and so far have shown no signs of slowing down. The bans on Temper Storm's side of things is going to be Sprout. On Red Button side, it's going to be M's. Sprout, we've not even seen play today because he's been banned every single time.
Interesting, the way that shakes out. But set 1 is going to be Layer Cake. It's a bounty game mode. The fact that we see no Sprout makes me think that there might be an opportunity to play a different thrower here. Do you think that Tick is going to get played in Layer Cake once again?
I think Jackie is going to get played here because Tick really struggles when there's Jackie on the pitch. I mean, you know, you can go double Jackie and have a Tick as well, but I think then you're gonna struggle. I think for me, Jackie, we know that both of these teams like to play long range as well. So Brox, Pipers, that kind of thing. Maybe a Bo because OG does like to throw that one in the mix every now and again. But yeah, I think Jackie is definitely one that I'm going to be keeping my eye out for sure.
I see some support for B in the chat. Do you think that B is going to be buzzing in over other typical favorites that we've seen in the past, like Piper and Brock?
I mean, it was banned in the previous match, yeah. So I mean, in NA, maybe it's a more common option to be had. I wouldn't personally play on Laker Kid, but it is definitely a viable option for mid over a Piper control. So yeah, definitely B could be one to be looking out for here as well.
All right, well, Tempo Storm, we're going to be marching back in. Same lineup we're expecting. Lineup for Red Button here is going to be Jigsaw, Asian Kid, Real Canadian, and Toast. Just to give you a sense of where they're falling out on the leaderboard right now, Red Button has got 50 points. That'll put them tied for 4th place with the Snacks over on the leaderboard.
Okay, we're going to see Piper, Jackie, and Brock. Toast, we know Toast is an accomplished B player, opting to go for Piper this time round, so interesting to see how he's going to duke it off against OG here as both players getting good shots off early on.
Wow, yeah, Bobby really pushing back against Asian Kid, gets him down to double-digit hit points. One more shot, and that's good. Takes him down, and that's a big lead now for Tempo Storm. 3 stars to 0 to start things off.
Yeah, great positioning as well here for Temper Storm, being able to push back Red Button so early on now, and they're gonna have to be fighting back hard here to get the area control that they so desperately need as they are down. Jigsaw not able to jump over the wall, but did able to escape harm's way of Alec there on that left-hand side lane as well.
Lots of those middle obstacles being busted down now. I think to Tempo Storm's benefit, they're happy with the lead now to just keep the pressure up on Asian Kid. Bobby has just been on fire on the right side, firing away and not seeming to miss very many shots at all. Sends in another super, and that's going to force Asian Kid back on the retreat. He needs some more coverage if he's going to get in close up next to OG and Bobby.
Yeah, Asian Kid using this push really nicely, but the side angle that OG is able to hit alongside Bobby to give that support is desperately needed. Now Asian Kid forced back as a result of that great teamwork from Bobby and OG in order to assert their authority once again. And this could be a bad spot. If Jigsaw's pushed back on the left-hand side, then this could be a really, really bad positioning here for Red Button.
Yeah, more often you see the team that's behind forcing the winning team into their own spawn, playing aggressively, but it's the other way around this time. Tempo Storm are just playing on point today, really picking up far ahead in this first game of Bounty, and it looks even with just 3 stars, they're going to take the win. Alec getting a drill in on Jigsaw, and that's going to be all over. Red Button failed to get any stars in this first game. Walk away win for Tempo Storm.
Yeah, I got to agree. A very aggressive stance, especially having the lead. But I think the right decision for me from Timberstorm there to try to assert their authority for as long as possible, because there's nothing worse than going back into your spawn too early on. Yeah, towards the end of the game, you definitely want to be doing that. But if you go back too early, then you run a big risk of being spawn trapped at the final minutes, the final seconds rather, and then it's all over very quickly.
Beautiful by-the-book play by Timberstorm there. Never really put themselves out of position, and off of Bobby's amazing performance out on the right lane, suppressing that Jackie, not even giving Agent Kid a single chance to make it in and get a kill. Gotta have hats off to Timberstorm. What could Red Button do to try to avoid that sort of situation going forward? Do you think that they would reposition Jackie away from the Brock, or is just that a necessary evil that you have to face off?
Yeah, it's a decision to choose whether you want to kind of hold that lane or make a brawler swap lane to kind of deal with that. And, I think at the moment, getting some more hits on OG would definitely go in Red Button's favor, because once you take down the center control, it allows the lanes to be able to do their thing. So I think if Toast can land some more of those shots, it's definitely going to be beneficial for Red Button to capitalize on the situation.
Bobby's playing Mortis again!
Uh-oh.
Bobby's dashing in, gets the first star. Asian Kid's going to swap out to Mr. P, so a little bit of a brawler change over there for Red Button as well. Alec with the double kill! My goodness, what just happened? Finished off both Toast and Asian Kid. That is a huge lead for Timberstorm.
And a great start. It's going to be said that Bobby's going to be looking to absolutely burn Toast in these situations here, because he is definitely going to be the prime target of Bobby to be shutting down whilst Toast has no super. It makes him very, very vulnerable to that attack.
Asian Kid using that gadget to boost up his little robo-porter there, but not going to be enough to get any kills, just kind of pushing back and re-equilibrating with Timberstorm on the bottom there. Bobby charging up once again in a menacing position. Timberstorm has just dismantled Red Button so far, and Bobby finally finds a bit of a weak spot there, trying to retreat, and he will be able to make it out, and Alec gets the kill! What seemed like a perfect opportunity for Red Button to double kill instead is Timberstorm putting another point on the board.
I gotta say, Trump's to Bobby for getting out of that position the way he did, and he's going in ham here. Toast has got to go back into spawn, but yeah, it was a great defensive maneuver, and Alec on the right side surely going to capitalize as well. What a onslaught we are seeing from Timberstorm right now.
Oh man, finally a chance to make the comeback start. Red Button gets 6 points up on the board, but it's going to be repelled by yet another kill from Bobby. Looks like Red Button are going to get up to 11 now, but with a 10-star deficit. It seems like every time they manage to finally get a kill, there's 2 or 3 others stacked on the Timberstorm side of the board.
A triple value sweep from Bobby as well. This is honestly fantastic to see Mortis having hits day. And if you listen closely, you can almost hear Wiley shedding some tears of just how proud he is to see it. We love to see it. 23 stars to 16. Timberstorm showing again no signs of slowing right now.
That was a really interesting strategic choice by Timberstorm. They were so far ahead on stars that they just started throwing themselves at the enemy, disorienting them probably just as much as giving them opportunities to counterattack. They might have given up a lot of kills to Red Button, but it doesn't really matter. You need to have a cohesive force to push far into your enemy spawn zone to make up that big of a deficit. And even though they were taking losses left and right, Timberstorm were so far ahead from their early victory that they were willing to make that sort of atypical play. You can see in damage dealt, Red Button actually got really close because of what happened in that last game.
Yeah, but it's the stars that matter. 28 stars over 16 for Timberstorm is a very, very dominant performance, and 12 kills over 4. Definitely, for me, at the moment, it's looking like it's going to be a good day if they continue this kind of approach of being unpredictable. Like I said before, it does make a big difference when you're making daring changes to your brawler comp and doing things which your opponents are not necessarily expecting. And I don't think that it's going to slow down in any way when we go into Stonefall, which is our next map for gem grab game mode.
Well, Mortis will emerge with still a 100% win rate. Congratulations to the Timberstorm team picking up their first match win and now looking great on their first set win in match 2. We're going to be moving on now to the next set. What sort of brawler picks do you expect here, Ark?
Well, Sprout and M's the bans, so you've got to bear those things in mind, but I think a Frank pick, which we've seen Alec already playing a lot today, could go well in hand. I mean, Curse was playing Frank on this exact map to perfection yesterday, so if one of these two teams do go with the Frank pick, look out for that, because the value could be devastating here. I think M's could be good for shutting down the mid control. Tara could be great for using Gadget in the center, and also Rosa as well, for the same reasons of that Gadget being so effective on this map.
Well, it looks like Pam is going to be the heavy for both teams this time around. Going to get some additional healing on the Red Button side of things using Poco. So this is going to be a very tanky comp that Red Button has brought here. Using Poco as the gem carrier, though, he barely escapes by the skin of his teeth off a couple of great shots from OG. Not quite able to finish him off. But that just goes to show why having so many heals is going to be really important for this Red Button squad.
Yeah, Pam as well is a great lane to have on Stone Fort, so no surprises there to be seeing that Brawler pick. But at the moment, actually, the gems are more or less even. I think that Toast might struggle a little bit with Poker, but definitely Red Button looking to get as much opportunity from those heals as possible. But Bobby giving them such a hard time. In fact, Asian Kid and Toast now struggling to deal with this onslaught that is Bobby on that side lane. Great plays from him today.
The chutzpah from a guy willing to push into a 2v1 battle and get a kill out of it. Bobby is really playing aggressively and getting rewarded for it too. Red Button having to push back with all they've got just to handle that one brawler out on the left side. And meanwhile, Alec is just picking up gems left and right. It's a really easy game when there's no one contesting mid against you.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that Toast has got a real struggle in his hand. Alec can just snipe, and OG can do the same. I mean, if Toast is going to be running Gem K, might want to consider going B next round to be able to combat this in any way possible. But right now, the range is definitely in the hands of Temper Storm, who are on countdown and looking very comfortable in this countdown right now.
Huge showing here from Tempo Storm, and there's no way to crack through this epic line of defense set up by OG and Bobby, the star player of that last round. Nicely done. Didn't have quite as many heals on their side, but the damage output was so difficult for Red Button to overcome. We'll see if we see any brawler swaps from Red Button. I'm expecting to see them go more heavy on damage for game number 2.
Yeah, damage or tankiness or something is definitely needed. And I think as well, though, that Temper Storm might mix things up themselves with that in mind. You know, they've shown that a lot today, that they are not getting comfortable with their brawler selections. And that's definitely something to consider moving on to this next match.
Well, there's a lot of dynamism today here in the Brawl Stars Championship. This North American region has seen Tempo Storm staying at the top, a team that has had a lot of victories in the past and is echoing those performances once again today. A 1-0 lead over Red Button, and victory in that first game means that they might be on their way to another sweep, Ark.
They're looking very comfortable at the moment, and you know, they are definitely, for me at the moment, the team to beat. Are we going to see any? But we are going to see Asian Kid actually going with the Rosa pick. I think that might be the right brawler to go to for me, actually. And yeah, I like what I'm seeing here. Changes is what Red Button need at this point.
Yeah, Rosa is a really interesting pick because it's not going to sacrifice any of the heavy hit points here, especially if you can get a shield off at the right time, but it is going to give a lot more to offense, being able to charge in with the coverage of those sides and maybe even heal up while you're in those plants at the same time. Red Button do have 3 gems to Tempo Storm's 3 as well, but have been pushed out of the mid, and it's an advantage opportunity for Tempo Storm to rack up even more of those gems.
Yep, OG just shutting down that left lane as Asian Kid tried to get the sneak attack on and running that star power as well, giving OG more damage for every shot while he remains in the bushes. Was a great decision here. But 6 gems in the pocket, though, of Temper Storm, and just OG just continuing to break up the map to his advantage.
Yeah, Tempo Storm really starting to feel the pain from Toast, who took a few pop shots out there. You don't really have to know exactly where your opponents are when you've got such a great spread of fire like Gene has. And if he manages to get that supercharged up, that could be really deadly if Alec gets out of position. Expect to see Red Button using Gene to get a pull on either the Piper or the Bee when they need it most.
Here we go then, the final gems. Who it took the pull, but no, a devastating takedown by OG to finalize the kill. Means that his pull is going to be rendered useless, and all Jigsaw can do is sit back in this spawn and try to get a few shots from Alec, but no! Alec gets the kill to finalize things.
Still looking very close here, and an awful spot for Alec to be in. He's got the support, but can he stay out of the line of fire? Yes, he can. Fires away, taking down Toast. No fear of a hook at this point. Red Button missed their opportunity long ago, and Tempo Storm will retreat back to safety.
Asian Kid does have super, but I think it might be too little too late. The OG super to gain that distance is going to finish things off. Tempo Storm are absolutely dominating today, Woody.
What an awesome showing from our North American leaderboard champions. Looks like they are very close to being the champions once again of this month of competition. Remember, a $9,000 prize for first place and the most points to qualify for the World Finals at the end of the year. Omen Elite, the second place team on the leaderboard, did not qualify this year, so this is a chance for Tempo Storm to really pick up and get out of range of their opponents.
Yeah, this is exactly it, right, Woody. Tempo Storm do need to get as much value out of today as possible because Omen Elite are not participating today, but will be participating next month as they did qualify this month. So they're going to be able to benefit next month round and try to kind of climb back in that respect. But Tempo Storm, for me at the moment, are showing a real promise, a great certainty with their picks and their choices. And to me, definitely doing really well today.
Yeah, we saw some great showing yesterday from PSG Esports, perhaps one of the first teams to guarantee their spot at the Global Finals. Tempo Storm, with their showing so far today, might be the number 2 team to guarantee qualification. Probably not this month, but maybe not long after if they can get their act together for the final round of monthly qualifications after the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. And penalty kick, as we're going into now, it's going to be one of those maps which is going to be really exciting to watch because there's so much obstacles to have to work around here. It does open the doors to a lot of different brawlers, and Alec already going in ham on Jigsaw. Bobby on his own here, able to defend it, it seems, with a pass off to OG. Very quick decision-making process there from Bobby.
Big defense from Alec, doing his best to hang on. Great job knocking down Asian Kid, and that is going to be what Tempo Storm needed to stay in the game here. Big, beefy brawlers played by both Bobby and Alec, but they're going to need to keep the damage off of them. Bobby doing his best to push back against Jigsaw, but wow, Jigsaw wins the exchange there and will be able to distract OG long enough to get a few swings off. Wow, finishes him off, but not before Alec gets the goal in. Well done to Tempo Storm, the first goal on their side.
Yeah, I like the Frank pick from Alec here, just going in with such aggression, and it's going to be cycling his super here. Jigsaw gets a hit. No, the invisibility super from Sandy there just provided a little bit too much uncertainty for Alec to be able to capitalize, but nonetheless, Asian Kid all alone is surely going to be forced back here in some respect and allow Bobby and OG to respawn.
Oh! Massive super from Alec is going to wipe Jigsaw off the map, and another shot from OG. It goes straight past the goal line, and a 2-0 victory for Tempo Storm.
Tempo Storm now are just absolutely in their element, and a match point now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few brawlers in this next game, which we would otherwise not necessarily expect to see in competitive, given the circumstances that are upon us. Why? I mean, Mortis could be good here. I mean, Dynamite as well. Very, very strong on this particular map. I'm just putting it out there.
I don't even know if we can call Mortis off meta the way that Tempo Storm has been playing it. They seem to be pretty confident in his ability to rack up wins. And, this has been one of the fastest matches that we've seen all day. Tempo Storm with a 2-0 set score and now just match point away. Barely, it seems like half an hour after this thing started.
Yeah, exactly that. And we're going to be seeing Bobby with Rico, Alec with Frank, OG with Spike. Spike actually will be doing a great job of shutting down Asian Kid as well, but no crazy picks actually for this game at least.
Alec gonna grab the ball, gonna take it toward the goal line, sends it in, he scores! 764 hit points left on that big beefy dude, but he is what Tempo Storm needed in that moment. Well done to him, making it most when he needed the ghost. Scored. What am I saying? I don't know.
But actually, Red Button, they're able to shut down Alec long enough to be able to defend this. But if nothing changes, Temperstorm are going to be winning this matchup. They are 1 goal away and 1 minute 45 seconds away from being victorious today. No signs of slowing down. Jigsaw, a nice gadget used there to prevent that stun, though. It might give Red Button a chance here to go on the offensive here.
Yeah, it looks like they are, but unfortunately for them, just kind of a little bit low on hit points and up against Bobby playing a really crack Rico right now, taking shots left and right and nuking down Asian Kid there. He's got another shot against Jigsaw, and it looks like he's going to be finishing him off as well. Oh, lined up! Bobby's super lands, killing every single opponent and getting another back-to-back shot. The bank hit for the ultimate style point. Bobby, the star player, will take it home for Temperstorm.
What a day for Temperstorm coming into this competition. Absolutely dominated. In terms of their performance today, we will be seeing Red Button again up next, but Temperstorm will take maximum value in terms of points and that important prize pool as well. Congratulations to Temperstorm.
What a treat to see both Blue Esports and Temperstorm pick up back-to-back victories in the first couple of matches for each region. We have really seen the global leaderboard shape up and start to coalesce around some of the best teams in the world. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch them compete so far, but we've got one more match left. We have got Falcone to cue it up. Let's send it over.
Oh, it's my turn again? I'm sorry, I blinked and almost missed that last set of Brawl Ball as Temperstorm just took it down and annihilated the competition. They are the winners of this region. And now it's time to call out the MVP, who is going to go to Alec on this occasion. And here is why. Alec started out that match as Jackie and was able to completely dominate on Bounty. Yes, he did get eliminated occasionally, but he managed to get so many kills in the trade-off and therefore so many stars in the process. It was completely worthwhile. Moving on to Gem Grab, Alec played as B, and despite being a bit of a glass cannon, he was able to use his attack mostly for suppressing power, completely dominating the middle of the map in both games. He also carried all 10 of the gems back to the spawn and back to safety each time. Finally, in Brawl Ball, he laid down the law as Frank. Now, we have seen some outstanding Frank performances this weekend, but this was no exception, hitting super after super and scoring goal after goal, even at the end, setting up his teammate Bobby to get that straight line elimination with the super and helping him out to get that final stylish goal. Again, huge congratulations to the whole of Temperstorm. They were all outstanding. They should be incredibly proud of themselves, and they have completely deserved the prize money that they will be earning this weekend. But there's still another game yet to come. We have our winner of the group, but who's in second? Who's in last? This is the bracket so far. Temperstorm with a 6-1 set score, driving home that big win. But now IX Circles and Red Button are going to have to face off for that second place prize money and, of course, for those valuable points which are necessary to get to global finals, which is getting closer and closer, and every single point counts. So let's talk about this final match of the day that is coming up. It is Red Button, represented by Real Canadian, Asian Kid, Jigsaw, and Toast, up against IX Circles, Tuny, Chepo, Slash, and Second Best. It is time for some facts. For the final time of the day, it is time for some facts about these players. Let's start with Red Button. While not playing Brawl Stars, Real Canadian enjoys cooking, playing squash, and trying to get that Twitter clout. I think it's time to drop Real Canadian a follow, everyone, especially if he wins this one. Asian Kid says that his superpower is that he's a mobile god. Well, I'd expect an amazing performance from him then. He also says if he's going to win a lot of prize money, he plans to spend it on things to further his Brawl Stars career, and that is what I like to hear. Moving on though to IX Circles, who we've already seen a few times in the monthly finals. Tunee's hobby is going aggressive in game and getting eliminated. Well, as far as hobbies go, I've heard of some more healthy ones, but hey, if he enjoys that, I guess that's fine. Second best hobby is that he is a student of Brawl. Clearly, it's a hobby that he takes very seriously, as a lot of players from other teams have said in interviews that Second Best is the best player in the world. Well, it is time to see him in action one more time up against Red Button. Which of these teams will come second place in this group? Arg, Woody, it's time to find out.
Thank you very much, Falcone. And yes, we're going to be playing things out then. Red Button versus IX Circles up next. And out of these two teams, IX Circles did get a set off. Red Button have yet to do so. So what are your thoughts going into these next games, Woody?
Well, after this week, it looks like Red Button and IX Circles will be at least tied for the top 3 and number 2 spot in the North American leaderboard behind our friends Tempo Storm and right alongside Omen Elite. So this match is really important for the both of them in determining which one will have a chance to stab up moving forward with just a few months left to qualify. Red Button currently behind by 20 points against IX Circles, which has 70 points on the leaderboard. So it's up to IX Circles now to try to vindicate their position here and move forward against a team that was shaken by their last round against Tempo Storm just as much as IX Circles was.
Yeah, all to play for, and going in then first up is going to be Sandy Gems and Heist. If you missed the bans, it's going to be Ems and Sprout, so look out for those brawlers not making an appearance. And rightly so. I mean, for me, those two brawlers are very, very strong in the meta, definitely worthy of a ban in my opinion. So but it should allow these teams to control the outcome a little bit more, with Sprout being off the cards. And Jackie, look out for that brawler in particular, because when these bans are in place, we do tend to see a lot of her as a result of that.
Well, Red Button and IX Circles have taken a beating, but one of them is going to come back swinging and will be sure to grab victory in the final match of our rounds today. We already know our first place champion for the region is going to be Tempo Storm, but second place carries along with a lot of qualification points and a bigger prize pool to boot. So let's see what the brawler lineups are going to be for these two teams. Starting off in the very first set, it's looking like BB is the basher of choice, with Daryl to back up for the IX Circles squad. That's been very helpful in past heist matches.
Yeah, Daryl is a great choice for me, but Asian Kid looking like very weary on this right-hand side, Slash capitalizing on that respect and getting some good damage. Nice little gadget jump as well. Real Canadian jumping back to try to do something about it, but 10% it might not seem like a lot. It can make all the difference in Heist.
Nice job there to Jigsaw, kind of juking up over onto the right side, trying to get Chepo out of position, but he's defending very well. Gets the kill, and will start moving back down. IX Circles haven't yet gotten much damage peeled off of the enemy safe, but have been playing excellent defense so far. Slow and steady wins the race, Ark.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, it's noticed, well, the IX Circles have actually swapped out and brought in Chepo today as well. So great to see Chepo bringing some long-range Rico supers to the table here. Does get taken down, but Chepo is very, very notorious for playing brawlers like Brock and Rico, and long range is his speciality, so look out for that.
You also got to keep in mind that you don't have to necessarily get a ton of damage off or even get a kill on your opponents. If you're distracting them on defense and you're giving your teammates a chance to hit that safe even harder, that's what counts the most. IX Circles taking that enemy safe now down to 21% without a single chip on their own safe yet.
Yeah, look at this absolutely dominant performance here so far from IX Circles. Only 20% left to go, and surely this is going to be Chepo putting the nail in the show. A little spin from second best as well. The final shots go in then, and the first game goes to IX Circles.
Well played to Chepo, the star player for that first round, taking a ton of shots off on that enemy safe. That Rico super is just absolutely massive when you're able to get all the shots right on target. He can deal a ton of damage, and even bouncing quite a few of those shots off the wall to increase the power.
Yeah, we see this a lot from Chepo, and he's no stranger to how to play these kind of brawlers and maximize every opportunity possible. And great awareness as well, knowing that the Daryl was going to be coming in to roll on him, so holding back that super for that instance as well until the right time. And yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of great plays from Chepo going into these games. Absolutely.
Red Button really going to have to defend their position now, having lost the first game and not really seeming to have the brawler comp setup that they needed to repel IX Circles in that last round. We saw two big bruiser brawlers in that last one. What am I trying to say? Daryl and BB can both deal a ton of damage if they can get onto the safe, but it seemed like Red Button was unwilling to commit to an attack. You expect to see them switch to a more aggressive strategy going forward?
They're gonna have to. I mean, this is the thing in Heist is that, like, you know, it's very easy to get caught in this kind of repetitive notion of being over defensive, but you've got to be aggressive. You've got to get the damage, and sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and that's where we see the best teams and the best players coming out on top in terms of Heist.
Well, you can't play scared. We've seen that many times. You gotta be willing to risk it for the biscuit. Jigsaw out on the left side is going to get a good defensive hit out here, now playing Rico by his own. But is he going to be able to move in or get some kills in? Chepo's getting right onto the enemy safe. Doesn't look like he has his Hyper Bear charged up just yet, but wow, a super from Daddy second. This is looking like a base race arcade. It's not going in Red Button's favor.
Yeah, no, a ton of damage being laid down, and second best might even finish off his spinning, popping his gadget. He is going to finish things off then, and not the best of starts then for Red Button as IX Circles take the first set in a very spectacular and fast fashion.
A huge showing for IX Circles right off the back of Daddy second. Ricochet playing to his best skills here, getting gadget shots, bouncing bolts. It seemed like he moved so fast and dishes out so much damage. There was nothing that Red Button could do about it. Take a look at the stat line up here and you'll see exactly how much more damage IX Gaming was able to grab on that. Over double the damage on the safe, even with Red Button charging in with the Rico of their own onto the enemy safe in that last game.
Yeah, and a lot of that damage was dealt in the last game as well. So, you know, definitely a lot of momentum behind IX Circles now, and you know, that counts for a lot. You know, you got to remember they, you know, gained now 2 sets today. Red Button have yet to actually gain a single set, so Red Button now must be feeling a lot of pressure moving into the next map, which is Triple Dribble, and the next game mode, which is Brawl Ball.
Well, it seems like the story from these Brawl Ball matches today has been that playing carefully and waiting until the start of overtime can be the most safe path to victory, but doesn't always seem to be the preferred strategy of teams that would rather get those goals in early on. Do you prefer going for the team wipe and just, you know, walking it right in, or do you think that it's a bit better to go for that safer strategy, busting down walls, maybe waiting until overtime and getting that 1-0 victory at the last second?
This is the thing in Brawl that I love. It's like that kind of I love a good trick shot with it. I'm not the best of them, but I do like to kind of go for the more daring approach in that respect, and probably need to watch a couple more you know, YouTube videos for that sort of thing. But yeah, you know, walking a goal in is the safer approach. You know, you are able to kind of secure that and make sure that you're going to get the win. But there's nothing like, you know, winning a game in a bit of style. You know?
Certainly agree with you on that one, and I think that we've seen some pretty stylish goals in the past few matches as well, banking shots off of the goalpost at the last second, or maybe even just kind of waiting at the goal line for a few seconds to rub it in your opponent's face. Brawl Ball certainly has some of the greatest opportunities to kind of show off your style in the game, so I'm looking forward to seeing what IX Circles will do with their set lead off the first set, and see if Red Button has got anything to say about it on their defense.
Yeah, when you've got a lead and a bit of confidence and a spring in your step, it's easy to go for those kind of options that are available to you sometimes, and to take a risk to kind of you know, get some important clout there and some replay value. But keen to see what Brawler comps are going to be moving into this map, and we'll soon find out.
Oh yeah, it's all about the memes. It's all about the retweets. It's all about getting the word of mouth around your team. So we'll see what IX Circles can do this time. They've got a big heavy brawler. Is Frank in the action, sending some big shockwaves around with his hammer, but wow, the defense is just completely cracked, and Red Button are going to get the first goal easily, Ark.
Yeah, a great start, RC. You putting the ball there in, and Gene, a great brawler pick for these circumstances. So a lot of pressure being applied now finally by Red Button and IX Circles with this sort of brawler comp might end up struggling here.
Well, with the one goal already, Red Button are playing a pretty defensive game into the mid section here. Asian Kid doing his best to repel that attack from Frank, and it looks like he's going to get the job done. When you've got so many walls to work around, a heavy brawler like Jackie can work wonders, but just got shut down there by Barley. Also doesn't have to worry about walls with his attack. So we're going to see a re-establishing of the map here with IX Circles having possession of the ball up top. Oh, my goodness, they pulled Frank.
The choice brought it to pull there because Chepo was getting into a really dangerous position. A mispull from RC there on Slash, but for me, getting Chepo down there was making all the difference between what happened next, and definitely the right decision for me, being Red Button in that defensive situation there.
All right, well, what seemed like an opportunity for IX Circles to get the goal in there, instead they've given away the ball, and it's going to be Jigsaw at the left side now, trying to push further. He's actually going to send it back into his own corner, a defensive play from the Red Button team here, kind of struggling to recover over on the left side. Recuperation not going to be possible, though, with Daddy Second charging in, gets the kill against Jigsaw, but no one to get the follow-up hit. Unwilling to engage Asian Kid here. That's a lot of damage to have to face off against. Jackie can really put a damper on your parade.
Yeah, definitely there, Chepo, being caught behind this wall here. But if a good pass can do anything with RC, then not really know the way that IX Circles are playing. This is very slow and calculated here. But RC Vapor is going to deflate the push now, and maybe Red Button here are going to get their first game in the bag.
Yeah, sad to see such a brazen charge from Chepo there. Looked like he was going to try to go in there and land a hit with Frank, but good defense from Red Button, pulling back just far enough to avoid being shot at by that super. And that's going to be a win for Red Button, the first one that they've been able to put on the board against IX Circles. Congratulations to Asian Kid, the star player from that last game.
Yeah, finally a bit of momentum perhaps then for Red Button to get things back on track. And, you know, we are only in the second set, so there is plenty of time for them to gain that momentum. And one more game of Brawl in the bag will even up the sets in terms of score. So a good place for them to find themselves in. And maybe we'll see some brawler changes there for IX Circles. Frank wasn't really able to get much value with Real Canadian hitting all of those gene pools.
Well said. Yeah, I think Frank pulls off a really good hit here and there, especially when you've got a little bit more of an open range to fire away at. But he also works really well whenever you're able to get your opponents kind of trapped behind an obstacle. And it doesn't seem like this is the best map for cornering opponents. There's so many kind of sneaky ways to jump out and squiggle over that Red Button seemed to have not a whole lot of trouble dealing with Frank in that last round. So we'll see what IX Circles is going to respond with, if they're going to make a brawler swap. I expect that they will. It looks like they have. In fact, it's going to be B, Spike, and Gene this time around for the Circles team.
Yeah, B is a good choice for me, and already that gadget being used to protect Jigsaw then with those shots coming from Chepo. So yeah, this is gonna be a very different game in the way it plays out, and maybe not so many early goals from Real Canadian this time around.
Nice super from Slash, very aggressive, but not going to catch most of the Red Button team on the backside. He uses a second one right back to back, getting a ton of damage on this push, but not getting as much support as he needs from Gene on the backside. It looks like Jigsaw will be able to hold onto the ball in the left lane, backing it up with a little totem to try to slow down attackers, but he's about to see the end of that defense. Daddy Second and Chepo are going to make their move over to the left side. A big super from Slash. This might be the chance for IX Circles to score. They're going to get hooked, though. Daddy Second in a big spot of trouble. Can Chepo make it in with a Jigsaw B? Yes, he can. Sitting high and mighty, looking proud, shoots and scores.
It was a valiant attempt to defend from Real Canadian, who's a very accomplished Gene, it must be said. Definitely one of the stronger Genes on the pro circuit for sure, but wasn't quite able to really do much with his teammates being down, and the pinch from IX Circles was very, very strong there. So very difficult circumstance really to do much about.
You know, I always keep an eye on my heart rate, and it always picks up whenever a player gets the ball right on their opponent's goal line and refuses to just score already. I think we've seen once today when a player mistakenly thought that they had an easy goal and just couldn't finish it off. So looks like now Red Button are going to get a chance to do a little dance of their own. No! Denied! Great job by Chepo there. The goalie saves it.
Yeah, off the line then, and giving a bit more breathing space for IX Circles now, and definitely looking to try to wrap this up with a second goal before the timer ticks down. But either way, in 35 seconds, it's going to be all over one way if nothing changes here.
Yeah, nice super there from Asian Kid, right where his team needed it most. Red Button gonna find a chance to reposition here, but not getting any kills. IX Circles is doing a great job keeping the surround up on Red Button. Seems like they aren't gonna be able to get the opening that they were looking for here, and IX Circles is just really dominant at this point. Chepo looking to make another attempt at a goal here, but I guess Daddy Second's not willing to commit to it. He'll toss the ball out, and that'll be it. Arc tied up set.
Yeah, Chepo's, I think, maybe holding back a little bit here. I've seen a couple of instances where he's not really done what we fully would expect to see from him in terms of his more aggressive nature. But nonetheless, it is going to be IX Circles that take that win and going to be putting a bit more pressure back into the hands of Red Button to be able to do something about it for the next game coming up.
Nice job to IX Circles equalizing this set. They've got the lead on the set score overall, so this is a chance to really pull far ahead if they can reverse sweep this set against Red Button. The change up in the brawler comps, I think, is what really gave IX Circles the edge that they needed here. Using Spike, they were able to get a ton of damage early on, and I think it was his supers that were able to get that goal to start things off and put them in a position where they were able to just pretty adequately defend for a minute and a half without much threat from Red Button to push them back. Except for the one time that Red Button almost scored, but I'm not talking about that.
We'll forget that happened, yeah. No, Spike Super has a great deal of area denial, and that's one thing in Brawl which you can never really underestimate. Yes, Sandy has a very good super, but it's not always the strongest for area denial. We're going to see Mortis being played by Chepo. This is going to be a lot of pressure on his hands to ensure that we maintain that 100% win rate. And a Dynamite as well.
Dynamichael is here for IX Circles and an early goal for them. Wow, big reward for this team for swapping out to some atypical brawler picks here. Can Red Button pick themselves up and try again?
Well, RC got a pass off. He's got a lot of HP. Surely be able to. No! Slash shuts it down right on the line. No goal for.
Oh! Could be it!
Asian Kid. He gets it in the back of the net.
Jigsaw for the cross right when Red Button needed it most, and great heads-up play from Asian Kid, recognizing that it was going to be going in. Slash is going to be back on the retreat now, holding onto the ball for a little while before he passes it out. Whoa, hold on. Roy Canadian is going to get his hand on this ball now, pulls him in, but not able to cancel out the super. This has got to be a goal. Daddy Seconds defending. Can he keep Roy Canadian off? That's going to be a shot. Can he take it? No! Good defense.
100% success rate is still intact, but only for now. That was close.
Awesome defense there from IX Circles, and we'll see if they can put the pressure back onto Red Button now. We are tied up 1-1 on this game, and there's a lot riding on it. Red Button looking to equalize here. A huge super from Mike. The goal! Slash takes it. IX Circles are now in the lead 2-0 on this set score.
What an incredible goal as well. It's got to be said, second best with a great pass to the wall by a super to break the wall, followed by a pass to Slash to finish things off. My goodness me, a really calculated performance then from IX Circles. But most importantly, Mortis's success rate is staying at 100%. Thank goodness, Woody.
Daddy Second, a powerful patriarch of this IX Circles team, dropping that dynamite super to crack open the walls in Red Button's defenses. Gotta say, he was the favorite from that last set for me, especially being willing to play an atypical brawler like Mike. It seems like sometimes pro players just get in their mind that they only have to prep against certain other brawlers, and that if a brawler is outside the meta, that they don't even really get the experience playing against them. Did IX Circles leverage that fact in getting the win last game?
Well, yeah, exactly. And this is kind of a conflicting situation to find yourself in, really, because as we all know, as Mortis fans, you know, Dynamite is definitely the brawler that we would be first to put down. So to see them play on the same team there, it was nice. It was nice to unite the two brawlers and put their differences aside to get the outcome that was thoroughly deserved for IX Circles.
Well said, Ark. Well, we're going to be starting up into our third set of this match, and since it is going to be the match point and perhaps the last chance I'll be on camera, I just want to say thanks again to Supercell. It's been a great privilege to be able to cast even during a pandemic, and really appreciate all of the players and viewers for tuning in. Also want to say that I'm really proud to be working with a team and a company that is so supportive of global human rights and ensuring that we are moving towards more and more equality each year.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Woody. Absolutely second that 100%. And you know, for esports to still be thriving under such challenging circumstances, it just goes to show that, you know, how much these companies do care about their games. And, you know, it's great to allow people like ourselves to continue doing what we love under these challenging circumstances as well. So yeah, absolutely couldn't say it better myself. The first bot push though is going to be a push for IX Circles, so an early defense. Chepo still rocking Dynamite, I see there as well.
Yeah, interesting decision. They're going to continue moving in with the big heavy bomber, and we are going to see our first use of Gale in the arena. Daddy Second going to take the first chromatic brawler in the game and try to make the most of him. He is known for having some pretty highly consistent damage output, kind of similar to Gene in that regard, but not quite as much of an ability to burst down opponents. So we'll see how IX Circles is able to balance off of that in this first game of the set.
Yep, his super does have knockback as well, but not really anything which, you know, Red Button are bringing to the table to knock back here. So he's going to definitely be looking to use his star power as much as he can against the wall here to get some stun or some speed additional boost to his teammates. But the level 5 coming in, it's going to be slowed by a slash with a good use of Gadget, but still a long way to go to shut this push down.
Great job on defense here from IX Circles. They're going to take 31% damage, but it's still relatively equalized here, and it's all coming down to who can get control of the center for this last siege bot. Huge hits from Asian Kid, and it's looking like Red Button might be the team to get the pull around. If it weren't for Slash, another shot off, and that's going to be an equalizer in the midfield. Daddy Second, as Gale is going to be holding court here, grabbing every single bolt he can and working up an advantage for his IX Circles team. It looks like the last siege bot is going to be coming in for IX Circles as their bolt count is getting too far to catch up to.
Yeah, Chepo holding on for dear life then did give IX Circles the push, and this is surely going to be a great start for them to be on the way to match point. This bot coming in now thick and fast is surely going to do all the work that is needed, but second best just jumping in to make sure it's done.
Great job by IX Circles pushing all the way into this Ike, and yeah, it's all about control of the mid when those bolts are spawning. Whoever gets the bigger bot almost always wins, and this time it's going to be IX Circles now on their match point, having picked up a 2-0 set score against a team that was performing really, really well, but just a little bit behind each time. Red Button have really got their backs up against the wall and have got one more chance to make it work.
Yeah, Red Button struggling a little bit today to get that momentum that they need with such a dominating force like IX Circles. You know, it's not over yet, but I mean, it's going to be a real struggle here to really hold on much longer. And IX Circles, they're showing no signs of slowing down. And with picks like Dynamite and Gale on Siege, you got to ask yourself, like, is this next game going to be the last nail in that coffin?
Seems like it very well might be. IX Circles doesn't seem like they're feeling the pressure at all. They're taking some risks in brawler selection in order to surprise their opponents and are getting rewarded for it. So at that point, you feel like you could just switch back to more typical by-the-book play if you had to, if you're IX Circles. But with a 1 win already on the board for this set, I don't see any reason why you would.
Well, exactly that. I mean, it's rare that you get the chance to kind of experiment here. We are going to see actually second best going with Colt as well. Another brawler which we don't see very much in the competitive meta based on the high skill cap needed to pull off those shots, and it can be a bit of a risk against more easier to play options, and getting a lot of damage taken early on though by Jigsaw and Real Canadian. They're landing those shots with great accuracy, which is going to lead to a first bot push then for Red Button.
Yeah, crack shots from those two snipers off the right side. Red Button is actually in a really good position now, having gotten every single bolt that spawned from that first round. Siegebot moving in around those walls are finally going to get a chance to get a few punches off against the Ike, which is going down quite a bit. Nice defense here from IX Circles, but really that much damage? 41% off the Ike off of just the very first bot. You got to wonder what their priorities were. It looks like they were focusing more on Asian Kid and RC on the backside instead of taking down the bot.
Yeah, Jigsaw's getting great shots from the right side, pretty uncontested there on that offense, and 5 bolts, 6 bolts already in the bag, 7, now 8, as you know, this is a lot of bolts being banked by Red Button to give them what should surely be a really dominant push here with a level 8 bot coming in next.
IX Circles has not gotten a single bolt so far this game, Ark, and I don't know how they can remain competitive at that point. They're going to have an epic defense here and then get every bolt that they possibly can from this third spawn if they want to get the damage in against their opponents. That siege bot's gonna do a walloping hit, bringing it down to 45% now, and they've got a big hill to climb going into this last siege.
Yeah, I mean, with only 1 bolt on the cards here, I think they've just come with a really bad pick of brawlers. I know that they are feeling quite confident, but this is not going to be the comp that's going to end this game and match for them quickly, as you know, the range of Piper and Sandy and B definitely showing itself more superior here.
Yep, Red Button are on their way to get the last siege, and it's spawning now, level 6, and that's going to be the final chance for IX Circles to get the win on this game. Looks like they are going to get pummeled with every single bot coming in from the bottom on the blue team. Red Button have finally found a chance to get some breathing room in this match, which has just been so many consistently strong performances from Red Button, or from IX Circles rather, that we finally get a win from Red Button, and would like to see more now.
Yeah, definitely very... I think the next game might be different. I think we're going to see IX Circles maybe taking a bit more of a traditional approach, or at least showing more signs of trying to get more control. Like I say, you can't get a push without the bolts, Woody, and there was just no bolts being banked really in that last game by IX Circles.
All right, well, we are tied up. Remember, IX Circles got the first win of this set in game number 1. So if they draw their cards a little bit closer to their chest and are willing to play that careful, calculated game that we've seen from them in the first couple of sets, I think that they still might be able to pull this thing off. But, you know, I got to root for the underdog here. If I were on the Red Button side of things, I would want to see them get their first set win here up against IX Circles. And I think now's their time to do it. They finally have gotten the win on the board. They figured out a combination that can work for them in Siege. Just bring it back again and play it to the best of your abilities, because honestly, the sniping that Red Button was pulling off last game was some of the best that we've seen all day. And I think that if they can do that again, then they're well positioned to go in for the rest of this match.
Yeah, Real Canadian is no stranger to a bit of accuracy, as you need for Gene and Piper. So I think, yeah, he is going back in again with that Piper pick, and Mortis coming out for IX Circle's second best. This has got to be a huge day for Mortis fans. I think it's like the 5th time we have seen Mortis being brought to the battlefield, but a lot of people are going to be questioning whether second best can maintain that win rate now.
Yeah, Mortis very powerful against Piper, but not quite so strong against B, since B can get a lot of damage in a very short amount of time if she continues to land those hits. So it's an interesting pick, and it might be the first time that we see Mortis finally lose in the Brawl Stars Championship, but only time will tell. Big early bot for Red Button is going to pulverize IX Circle's Ike down to 35%. How did that happen, Art?
And that was a huge monster amount of damage going in, and this is the thing with Mortis on Siege, is that you can't really get much value if you go down before you know, getting a considerable number of kills on your opposition. You know, you're just opening the doors to doing nothing in terms of a defense, and that's pretty much what happened there.
All right, well, it looks like that Mortis was able to grab quite a few bolts now and giving IX Circles a chance to equalize, but no, Red Button are going to get it after all. A level 5 siege bot there. We don't even know if IX Circles can defend against this bot. It's going to require a massive amount of damage, and Slash is starting to dish it out. He sends in the super. He drops the gadget. Can they get this bot down before it destroys their Ike?
Chepo's absolutely smashing the gadget button to try to get every bit of value out of his Colt pick, and Slash with body blocks and RC snipes there as well. But now that Mortis 100% win rate is absolutely in dire straits, with not just a push, but a tremendous amount of damage needed to be made by IX Circles if they are even going to get this round, Woody.
Huge peril for IX Circles, but can they pull it back off? It looks like they're getting most of the bolts here now, and they've got a good siege bot coming in soon. IX Circles are grabbing as many as they can, up to 10 now, 11, 12. This bot is going to be awfully deadly, Ark.
It's going to have to be a one push then for IX Circles. This bot is coming thick and fast. Asian Kid is going to go down to Danny second as well, who goes down by the Ike, but Slash staying alive, as well as Chepo have got to do this right now to stand a chance. It's all to play for when he's going.
It's on the Ike. It's punching. Down it goes! IX Circles have delivered the killing blow! Red Button are eliminated, and IX Circles get the 3-0 sweep.
What I'm going to say as well, Woody, is that the Mortis success rate is still intact!
I care more about the Mortis success rate than possibly anyone else, and I'm glad that you pointed that out, because we have to give credit where it's due. Daddy second, piloting one of the highest risk brawlers in the game, but keeping that 100% right on target. Hats off to IX Circles, pulling off an upset win when what seemed to be a very difficult game 3. They actually got less damage dealt overall, fewer kills overall, fewer bolts overall, but the last laugh goes to our friends with the biggest bot at the end.
Yeah, this is the thing. Mortis almost lost it towards the final stages there, but nonetheless managed to survive. And we're going to hand things over now to Falcone to wrap up the day.
I genuinely cannot believe that the Mortis 100% win rate still stands. That is insane. Huge congratulations to IX Circles and our MVP, which for this final match of the day and of the weekend is going to be second best. Our star Rico player in the first set. Second best actually played a lot of different brawlers in this series, switching between Rico, Dynamite, BB, B, and of course Mortis. And even Colt made an appearance at some point in that match. As we take a look back at some of the very best moments. But yeah, Rico dominated at the beginning, switched over to Dynamite, who we've barely seen in the last few months. But later, and you know, using Dynamite Super to break through the walls in order to score those goals. For Siege, we also saw him play as Gale. There was so much switching between brawlers. He was able to help control the middle of the map with the wide regular attack, pushing back the Siege bot as well. But then finally, in the final game of the weekend, he switched to Mortis. I guess he was hoping that 100% win rate would stick, and stick it did. That was a gripping final game of the day. But there you have it. Let's take a look at the bracket one last time this weekend and see the final scores on the doors. Tempo Storm, of course, you already knew this. They are the winners of the NA and LATAM North group. But IX Circle were able to clutch that second place out, and Red Button sitting sadly in last place, but a fantastic debut performance for them nonetheless. And there you have it. That is the final group finished. Let's take a look at how much money these players have won. And it's going to be good for Tempo Storm. It's going to be good indeed. An organization that I'm sure is very glad that they got into Brawl Stars, taking away $9,000. IX Circles in second, coming in with $2,000. And Red Button is still going to be taking home $1,250 in last place. And lastly, and more important, as we're getting ever closer to global finals month by month, let's take a look at the leaderboard. Tempo Storm sitting very pretty in first place with 150 points. Omen Elite and IX Circles are pretty close in second and third with 19, 80 points respectively. And then Red Button in fourth with 50. They're going to need some more very good performances in order to qualify in this group. Here you can see some of the other teams that we haven't seen as much of. The Snacks, Tadunga, F/A Buff Sprout, now that's a name, and Team Clovers, all having scored some points, but not quite being in contention for global finals right now. And there you have it. That is going to be our show for the June monthly finals. I really hope that you have enjoyed the show. Make sure you subscribe to us, Brawl Stars, on YouTube, so that you never miss a broadcast and you never miss any of those fun in-game updates being announced, or those amazing Brawl Talks. But for now, from the production team, from Trid, from Woody, from Ark, and from myself, we hope you've had a wonderful weekend enjoying the show, and we will see you again in July. Bye.